2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children, robbed of education and livelihoods, bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in
So once guest of honor arrives, we'll begin. Thank you all so much for coming up. And now, please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome our guest of honor, His Excellency Ato Ahmed Shide, Minister of Finance. Please welcome him with a round of applause. It's early in the morning. Let's do better than that, please. And Ethiopian coffee at the Radisson Blue is definitely in place. Thank you so much. There was a great video playing earlier, and I'm sorry I had to cut it off because we had to welcome our guest of honor and begin. But definitely we're going to get a chance to see it again, I hope. Right, so if I could kindly ask everyone to settle down. If you're not doing anything, please find a chair, settle down so we can be ready to begin. Thank you so much. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. Your Excellency Ato Ahmed Shide, Minister of Finance of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and our guest of honor, and of course Your Excellency Hanna Teheliku, Director General of Ethiopian Capital Market Authority, and Your Excellency Dr. Tlahun Kasahun, Chief Executive Officer of Ethiopian Securities Exchange, and Mr. Dan Hart, Climate Economy, Trade and Investment, FCDO, and Ato Admasu Taddese, Trade and Development Bank Group President and Managing Director at FSD Ethiopia, as well as Board Chair, and Mr. Mark Napier, CEO of FSD Africa, and FSD Ethiopia Board Members, Wezaro Hikmet Abdullah, CEO of FSD Ethiopia, other government officials at different levels present here this morning, representatives of development partners, NGOs, and the private sector, distinguished speakers, panelists, academia, invited guests, and of course environment enthusiasts like myself, participants, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to you all, and on behalf of FSD Ethiopia, I would like to warmly welcome you all to the annual FSD Ethiopia Climate Finance Summit 2024 here at the Radisson Blu, and we're all excited about this. Let's please welcome our guest and everyone with a round of applause, please. Thank you so much. This event, ladies and gentlemen, brings together key stakeholders in Ethiopia's climate financing ecosystem, and including representatives from government, private sector, NGOs, international development partners, and academic institutions. And this day is an important opportunity for all of us for collaboration, knowledge sharing, and innovation to further Ethiopia's journey towards building a climate resilient future. I want to invite you all to take, say, this is going to be very difficult, to take 3 to 5 minutes to stand and meet the person next to you if you're meeting them for the first time only. Please don't shake hands with someone you already know. And then I want you to share one of your concerns when it comes to environment and climate financing. So I just want you to network at the very outset so we have an amazing day. We spend it like brothers and sisters and twins. All right, let's do this. I'm breaking protocol, but let's do this. I need to bring some energy into the room. Let's get up, meet someone new for the first time. Walk up to a new person and say hello. And share one concern you have in regards to climate. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's settle down. Thank you so much. Okay, if you can hear me, clap once. I said once. Let's clap once if you hear me. And twice if you cannot hear me. All right. Thank you so much. How many people have you met? For example, how many people have you met? 2? Awesome. You're going to come here and introduce them later. Thank you so much. Now I think the energy in the room is quite high, and we're going to be welcoming our first speaker, who's going to deliver the welcome remarks. Our first speaker, as you know, is the CEO of FSD Ethiopia, Wezaro Hikmet Abdullah, who's served Ethiopia in the finance sector for the past many, many years, including her recent assignment as the Accounting and Audit Board of Ethiopia Director General. And today she's going to speak as our first speaker. She's going to welcome us all with her remarks as the CEO of FSD Ethiopia. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Wezaro Hikmet Abdullah to the podium with a round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Taye. Good morning, everyone. The energy in the room is really high, right? But it doesn't reflect in your voices. Good morning, everyone. Right, distinguished guests, partners, colleagues, and friends, all protocol observed, as Taye had said. It's my pleasure today to welcome you to the first inaugural annual FSD Ethiopia Climate Finance Summit here at the Radisson Blu Hotel. Thank you for joining us today to discuss one of the pressing challenges of our time, climate change, and how we as a community can play our part in driving climate resilience through innovation and inclusive financial solutions. At FSD Ethiopia, this summit marks a significant step in our journey as we expand our work into the field of climate finance. For the past 2 years, we've been focused on advancing financial inclusion and capital markets development in Ethiopia. Now we are taking a proactive role in the critical area of climate finance. As we all know, the impact of climate change are felt around the world. But here in Ethiopia, the effects are particularly devastating and urgent. The challenges we face in Ethiopia are clear and undeniable. From frequency and severity of droughts in recent years have been alarming, leading to the destruction of crops, the loss of livestock, and the displacement of vulnerable populations. In fact, just in the last decade, Ethiopia has faced some of its worst droughts, leaving millions of people in need of humanitarian assistance. The loss of livestock alone has cost the country billions in economic losses, with over 7 million cattle dying during the 2022-2023 drought. Despite these challenges, Ethiopia remains steadfast in its commitment to becoming a climate resilient green economy by 2030. However, addressing significant gaps in the climate finance landscape is crucial to realizing this vision. A recent study by our partner FSD Africa sheds light on these gaps. The report reveals that Ethiopia has secured only a small fraction of the climate finance it requires, approximately USD 1.7 billion annually, while the country's annual climate finance needs exceeds USD 25 billion. Data from the Ministry of Planning and Development's first biennial update report shows that Ethiopia is committed to investing USD 63.2 billion in climate change mitigation and adaptation actions from domestic resources from 2020 to 2030. However, the country is counting on receiving the remaining USD 252.8 billion in conditional finance from international climate finance resources within the same time frame. These figures underscore the urgent need for more effective climate finance mobilization, particularly from the private sector, which currently contributes minimally. At FSD Ethiopia, we recognize that addressing these gaps require collaboration, innovation, and new financing approaches. We have already initiated a study on the feasibility of green bonds in Ethiopia's capital market in partnership with the Ethiopia Capital Market Authority. This inaugural summit is part of our commitment to helping Ethiopia build a climate-resilient green economy. Today's meeting aims to bring together government agencies, the private sector, development partners, and civil society to explore specific strategies and actions to bridge these financing gaps. By the end of today's summit, we hope to have developed concrete proposals for collaborative efforts that will ensure climate finance reaches those who need it most and aligns with Ethiopia's climate goals. We are thrilled to have such a distinguished group of partners and experts here today with us, and I would like to take a moment to acknowledge and thank you all for your presence and support. Your commitment to tackling climate change is invaluable. To the panelists, speakers, and attendees, thank you for contributing your time, expertise, and important cause. As we gather today for these important discussions and presentations, let us remember that the challenges we face are not impossible to overcome. It is through collaboration, innovation, and a shared sense of purpose that we can drive positive change and build a climate-resilient future for Ethiopia and our planet. Today, I urge each one of you to reflect on how we can work together across the public and private sectors to secure the resources and partnerships necessary to mitigate climate impact and adapt to the changing environment. The decisions we make today will shape the future for generations to come, and it's our collective responsibility to ensure that the solutions we develop are inclusive, sustainable, and impactful. In particular, I encourage you to identify actionable decisions throughout the summit that will be tracked as measurable outcomes, allowing us to hold ourselves accountable to the progress we make in mobilizing climate finance for Ethiopia's green economy. Let us also remember our duty to protect that will emerge from this summit. The possibilities that lie ahead are truly inspiring. Before we dive into the discussions, I would like to extend a special thank you to our generous donor, the UK FCDO, for their invaluable support in making this summit possible and for their ongoing commitment to advancing climate finance, climate resilience, and sustainable development in Ethiopia. With the support of our donors and all our partners, I'm confident that today's summit will foster meaningful exchanges and innovative ideas that will help us move closer to achieving our climate goals. Thank you.
She held back, and I thought she wanted to go further. Thank you so much. Please thank Hikmet with a round of applause for me. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is the CEO of FSD Africa, a seasoned leader in the financial sector development, whose insights will be invaluable as we explore innovative solutions for Ethiopia's climate finance needs. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Mark Knapp here to the podium.
A seasoned leader, that sounds like I'm heading straight for the barbecue or something like that. But thank you very much. Thank you for having me, Hikmet. It's a real pleasure to be here to talk about one of my favorite topics. Certainly all protocols observed. I think I just want to commend FSD Ethiopia for taking this bold step of an inaugural climate finance summit. I think it's really excellent. And I think judging by the quality of people in this room, not least the Honourable Minister and our friends at the CMA and the Stock Exchange, it's a good call. I think there's a lot of interest in this topic, not just because it's an important topic because of what's happening to the world, but also because of the nature of the opportunity that climate finance can also bring. So I guess that's the one thing I wanted to signal at the beginning, which is there is a lot of gloom and doom around climate. So it is very serious, and we know from Mayotte, we know from the floods in Spain, that this is a real thing, it's a real deal. But we must also remember that because of the need to change always provokes opportunity, stimulates opportunity. I think that's really where we want to focus the discussion today is with the new infrastructure that's being developed in Ethiopia, what can we do to capture this opportunity and actually make some real transactions that make a difference? And I think that's one thing I just wanted to particularly signal. So the enormity of the challenge on one hand, but also the opportunity on the other. The other thing I particularly wanted to emphasise at the beginning of what I wanted to say is that we need to get away from this idea that climate finance is somehow extra money. It's somehow different. Most climate finance is part of the same pot of money, right? It's part of the same investment pot of money. So if you're a government and you're trying to build hospitals or rail or roads or infrastructure of any kind, or prisons, you can make those green. You can make those green. So it's not about raising extra tax to pay for your green obligations, not at all. It's about mainstreaming green into the way you plan for the future. So, of course, teacher salaries is not green. Of course, paying for nurses is not green. So there is expenditure that needs to be incurred that isn't actually green. But a lot can be. So a lot of that's to do with the discipline of tagging things as green. But it's also to do with a mindset of saying it's not extra, it's part of how we should be looking at our economy. And then the third thing, just to say, and I alluded to it just now, is that Ethiopia is in a very unique position here. So, which is that not only, of course, it's one of the most climate vulnerable countries in the world. It's number 152 or whatever the figure is on the index, 152 out of 180. It's very, very climate vulnerable, alongside many of its neighbours. But it is taking steps through the development of capital markets here to change the way the economy can respond to climate change. So in many other countries, there are capital markets, and there are more developed capital markets, which are still quite small. Ethiopia has a new capital market, with new infrastructure, big ideas, huge ambition, and that's an incredible opportunity to be able to use that new infrastructure to mobilise the significant amounts of money that it was talking about. So I think there are reasons to be very positive about the climate finance discussion, and FSD Africa's job, which is primarily to drive more efficiency and innovation and choice and opportunity in financial markets. We're here to support in a number of different ways, and I'll touch on those later. So just zooming out very briefly, we have a partnership with the Climate Policy Initiative, which is probably, they're the lingua franca really of climate finance data in the world. Climate Policy Initiative, and we worked on an initial landscaping of climate finance in Africa 2 years ago, and we repeated the study this year because we wanted to see whether anything had changed in the 2-year period. And the good news is that there is more climate finance coming into Africa. So, or there is, I should say, within Africa. So climate finance is either international or it's domestic. Right? So there is currently $44 billion of climate finance at work in Africa. 90% of that comes from outside. 90% of that 44 billion comes from outside. Think about it. Domestic. And the second point is that private finance, the private finance component of that, is way too low. So 8 billion out of the 44 billion as well. So that's the other thing here, is that we all know that governments across the whole world, not just in Africa, but governments across the whole world have huge obligations. We cannot expect governments to write checks to cover all expenditure, and so we have to find ways to bring the private sector into this enterprise. So again, rail, prisons, buildings, ports, these are all assets that you can use the private sector to support. Let's do that in a green way, and share the burden, but also the opportunity of financing green. So the point to make here is that private finance is as a share of total climate finance in Africa is far lower than in other regions. It shouldn't. 40% of the total, which is what it is in other parts of the world, and it's a sad fact, and I suspect there are very real reasons for this. But Ethiopia's private sector share, is much lower even than the African share, and perhaps that was to do with currency, perhaps that was to do with the lack of a capital market. And so that's why I'm saying, the changes recently, I think, give us a significant opportunity to increase the private share of private finance at work in climate finance in Ethiopia. The overall requirement of Ethiopia, and I'm sure we'll hear much more from the ministry later, is huge. So Ethiopia's nationally determined contribution, which is the amount of, all countries under the Paris Agreement have to say what they need by 2030. Ethiopia's is enormous, right? So Ethiopia accounts for 50% of all of the Eastern African countries put together. 50% of that is earmarked for Ethiopia. 316 billion per year is what Ethiopia says it needs to fulfill its climate mitigation and adaptation obligations. The figure that Hikmat was talking about earlier, 25 billion a year in need from the international community, that is 10 times what Ethiopia brought in foreign direct investment in 2020. So not only does FDI need to increase tenfold, all of that needs to be green in order to fulfill those aspirations for meeting Ethiopia's NDC. So there's a huge job to do. And as Hikmat also said, the government is also committed to putting in $6 billion a year itself into that pot. And what we're not seeing from the data is whether that's happening or not. It could be happening, but we just don't see the data. And that's one of the points that came through from the report that Hikmat was talking about, is that there is just a lack of transparency around the data on climate finance in Ethiopia, which is not helpful. And it's not helpful just from an accountability point of view, but it's not helpful for people like us who are trying to plan where we can best deploy our resources, to know where we should deploy our resources if we don't know what's actually happening. So I think there is a job to do to make climate finance data much more transparent in this market. It's just helpful for engendering that systemic response that we want to see. On the positive side on mitigation in Ethiopia, it's also the fact that what Ethiopia wants to do primarily to address its mitigation obligations is quite straightforward. It's very, very clear. It's about forests, it's about trees, it's about stopping people cutting down trees and shifting them onto cleaner forms of cooking, and it's about livestock. And so it's actually very clear what the goals are if it wants to meet its obligations. My issue with the current NDC, and perhaps we can talk about it here or at another forum, is it surprises me that there isn't more emphasis on adaptation and less on mitigation. So as we all know, Ethiopia's contribution to global emissions is 0.04%. So even if Ethiopia spent all that money dealing with livestock and moving everybody onto clean cooking, that's good, and it's good for countries to fulfill their international obligations. But actually the real need is adaptation. I think there is a lot of opportunity in adaptation, and particularly perhaps in the urban context as well. So we did a study at FSD Africa. We did a study 2 or 3 years ago on urban development and the amount of investment that is needed for making cities greener. So transport, dealing with buildings, making building regulations green, and so on and so forth, all of that kind of stuff. And we looked at all the major cities in Ethiopia. The figure was very significant. It was like sort of $40 billion a year. But the economic return that you get from that is very significant indeed in terms of job creation and so on and so forth. And I think we have to ride with that urbanization trend and think about how does climate finance fit into that. Even if the economy is currently primarily agrarian, we need to recognize that that is the way the economy is going. So it's just a thought to leave you with, is that maybe we need to shift a little bit more the emphasis towards adaptation, a little bit more towards the urban context. I'm going to stop there, but let me just say from FSD Africa's point of view, we will continue to support on capital market development. We're very excited about the events coming up next month. I think this is a huge moment, and I just wanted to say at the beginning, thank you very much for the collaboration that we've enjoyed with the ECMA, with the ESX, and of course with the ministry. So capital market development for us is a big deal, and you'll hear from my colleague Cecilia later. She does a lot of work on the instruments, the innovative instruments that we can create in order to marshal that money. But I think there are other things that we can do with you as well, supporting on things like disaster risk financing, for example. Again, Ethiopia is unique in having a social development program that is as advanced as it is. And that could be leveraged, I think, to provide relief for climate disaster, perhaps also including the private sector into that. And I think we must also think about the smaller end of the finance value chain. So early stage enterprises, the venture end of things, where we've got quite a lot of ideas around how we can sort of support the development of an ecosystem that is green and resilient as well. So we would love to talk to you about those as well. So, but I mean, I liked what Hikmet was saying fundamentally. We need to think about actionable, practical solutions, and I think there are lots of ways that we can do that. It's not just about the big picture. So thank you very much indeed for coming, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. That was Mr. Mark Napier. He is the CEO of FSD Africa. Thank you so much for sharing your extensive expertise and for recognizing Ethiopia's efforts as well as the opportunities that are here for the sector. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go straight to our guest of honor, who is going to do the official opening remark for us, and we're excited to hear his perspective and that of the government's commitment to climate resilience and climate finance. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join me in honoring His Excellency Ato Ahmed Shide, Minister of Finance, to come up to the podium for his message. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you.
Good morning. Hanna Tahluku, Director General, Ethiopian Capital Markets Authority, Mark Napier, CEO of FSD Africa, Hikmet Abdullah, CEO of FSD Ethiopia, Brother Mr. Admasu Taddese, TDB Group President, honorable guests, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great honor to address you at this significant gathering, the first annual Climate Finance Summit organized by FSD Ethiopia. Today we come together to confront one of the most urgent challenges of our time, climate change and its profound implications for Ethiopia's development aspirations. Ethiopia's vulnerability to climate change is very undeniable. Erratic rainfall, prolonged drought and environmental degradation jeopardize our food security, livelihood and the economy. Yet we remain steadfast in our resilience and determination. Our efforts, grounded in the Climate Resilient Green Economy (CRG) strategy launched in 2011, have positioned Ethiopia as a leader in mainstreaming climate resilience and sustainability into national development program. Over the past decade, we have made remarkable progress. Ethiopia's submission of ambitious, nationally determined contributions (NDCs), the development of long-term, low-emission development strategy, and the integration of climate priorities into our 10-year development plan are just a few examples. With the establishment of CRG facility within the Ministry of Finance, we have been able to mobilize climate finance at scale, supported by innovations like climate budget tagging and tracking. One shining example of our commitment is the Green Legacy Initiative, GLI. By rallying millions of Ethiopians, we have planted over 36 billion trees, reversing deforestation and conserving biodiversity. To sustain these gains, the upcoming Green Legacy and the Degraded Landscape Restoration Special Fund will ensure robust governance and long-term impact, restoring degraded landscapes and strengthening resilience. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, as we reflect on the outcome of COP29, it is clear that the stakes are higher than ever. The adoption of the new collective quantified goal, NCQG, for 300 billion annually in climate finance is a positive step, but much more is needed to address the 1.3 trillion annually that experts estimate is required. Inclusive and equitable climate finance is very essential. Vulnerable groups including women, youth, and marginalized communities must be at the heart of our climate solutions. Empowering women and fostering gender-responsive financing strategies are critical components of Ethiopia's climate resilience initiatives. Ethiopia will continue advocating for equitable, accessible, and innovative climate finance mechanisms. Distinguished participants, the Ministry of Finance has recently upgraded its GCF accreditation from small to medium status. This milestone enhances our ability to mobilize resources for transformative projects that align with our NDC target, supporting our journey towards a climate-resilient economy. Ethiopia's journey demonstrates the power of partnerships and the collective mass public action. Initiatives like Green Legacy Initiative and the integration of climate considerations into fiscal systems exemplify our leadership and innovation. I urge all stakeholders to collaborate in exploring and operationalizing innovative financing mechanisms to advance sustainable development and climate resilience. Distinguished participants, while the challenges are immense, the opportunities are equally significant. Beyond traditional mechanisms, we are exploring innovative solutions like debt for climate swaps and leveraging resilience and sustainability trust to unlock finance for adaptation, mitigation, and macroeconomic stability. This summit provides a platform to exchange knowledge, forge partnerships, and design solutions that propel us toward a sustainable and climate resilient Ethiopia. With this, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to FSCD Ethiopia for organizing this pivotal summit and to all participants for your dedication to this critical agenda. It is my honor to formally declare the first annual Climate Finance Summit is open. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we're just going to hold His Excellency for just 2 more minutes so we can have a group photo to remember this day, and then we'll let him go because he has a pressing matter to attend to. So please give me 1 minute to set up the stage. Here, if you're go ahead. So officials on the stage, please. Yes, all high-level officials, please. And then yes, this way. The stairs are this way. If you feel young enough, you can jump straight on the stage. And then anyone else, panelists, moderators, environment enthusiasts like my former student Bethlehem here, who's now doing an amazing business at Zafri. Some of you down here, please. Officials on the stairs. Please come forward, sir. Please come forward. Ma'am, on the side. Yes. Bakan, Leila, join Maragim Felix Elam. Anyone else? You have 1 minute to join us. Yes, the minister has to run. I don't know, whatever you feel like doing. Case, yes, in that case, like Hikmet's suggestions is good probably. Can you stand at an angle, please? And then face the camera. Sir, closer, please. Yes, and then a beat towards the right. Perfect, and give us some nice smile. All right, so thank you so much. With this, we send the minister off to his next assignment. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us, for honoring us by delivering the opening remark. Please thank His Excellency Ato Ahmed as he leaves with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A better round of applause, please. Or he will not be showing up next time we invite him. Thank you so much, sir. We do really appreciate it. Now we give me a minute, we set up, and then we'll get to the first panel discussion. እሺ የራዲሰን ልጆች አሁን እዚህ ጋር ታግዙንና ወንበር ሴት አፕ እናደርጋለን። right, so thank you all so much again, and we apologize about that moment we took. We had to set up. And so over the course of the day, we will delve into key topics related to climate finance in Ethiopia, focusing on innovative financing solutions, private sector involvement, gender inclusion, and so much more. And we're honored to have experts from various sectors who will share their experiences and knowledge on how Ethiopia can bridge the climate finance gaps and strengthen its capacity to tackle climate change effectively. And this will include thematic panel discussions and presentations on key issues and interactive networking session designed to foster collaboration among us. So I encourage every one of you to engage actively throughout the day, ask questions and share your insights, and take full advantage of this unique opportunity to learn from each other and build lasting partnerships with your hearts and minds pinned onto the overall objective of doing something great for the challenge of climate change we're faced with, because our survival really depends on it. So now, as we continue to set the stage for today's discussion, we would like to make this session a bit more innovative and interactive. So this summit is aiming to tackle 3 critical challenges with the climate finance space: capital capacity gaps, addressing complexities with the space, as well as collaboration challenges. To engage every single one of you and gather your thoughts on climate change and climate finance, we will be using Mentimeter for a live pool. So this is a great opportunity for all of you to contribute your views and see results in real time. So if you have it ready, the QR code should be displayed by now. There will be a QR knows the question is for them and respond to it. So they will have access to your questions in their hands. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get to the first panel discussion, which is on who is doing what. Okay, setting the scene. And to begin our first session, we are honored to host a distinguished panel of experts who will be helping us understand the current landscape of climate finance in Ethiopia, and who will also who are also the key players in mobilizing resources for climate resilience. And our panel discussion our panel includes representatives from government ministries, financial institutions, and international organizations. And with that, I'd like to introduce our moderator. If she's in the room, she probably walked out. Oh, she's in the room, okay. So Wazir Hikmat Abdullah, CEO of FSD Ethiopia, will be guiding us through the discussions. And please welcome Hikmat to the podium so she can take over and introduce her panel.
I'll join the podium once my guests are there. Let me start by introducing Hanna Tahluku. For those of you that don't know her, she's the recently appointed Director General of the Ethiopian Capital Markets Authority, a skilled legal professional persecuting economic crimes, anti-corruption, and financial fraud. Hanna holds an LLB from Mekelle University, an LLB from Addis Ababa University, and an MA in Development Studies from EGST. Previously, she served as ECMA's legal director and has represented the authority internationally. Her leadership is expected to be... Next one is Jonas Getahun. Jonas Getahun Asafa is an experienced professional with 20 years in public service, focusing on international economic cooperation and resource mobilization. Since 2004, he has worked at Ethiopia's Ministry of Finance, currently as head of UN agencies, the Climate Resilient and Green Economy Facility, CRGEF, and the Regional Economic Cooperation Division. He also served as the interim department head of Multilateral Economic Cooperation. Jonas specializes in climate finance, managing climate funds, and leading the ministry's successful accreditation to the Adaptation Fund and Green Climate Fund for medium-sized projects. He holds a bachelor's in economics from Addis Ababa University and a master's in international relations from Waseda University. Welcome, Jonas. Next is Mansour Desse. Mansour Desse is the CEO of Environmental and Climate Change Agreements and Strategic Partnership at the Ministry of Planning and Development. With over 15 years of experience, he has worked closely with government, international organizations, CSO, and donors on climate change and environmental issues in Ethiopia. He has led Ethiopia's negotiations at international climate conferences, including COP23 to COP29. and served as the Global Environmental Facility, GEF operational focal point, overseeing project development and monitoring. Mansour has facilitated key partnership between the government and international donors, led by CRGE Forum to support Ethiopia's green economy, and acted as Ethiopia's national focal point for the P4G partnership since 2023. He has also advised on Ethiopia's engagements with the African Ministerial Conference on Environment, AMGEN. Mansour Dase, please welcome him to the stage. Next is Admasu Taddasa, current chairman of the management board of TDB Group, a multilateral development finance group covering 26 African economies. Since leading TDB, he has overseen the launch of new operations, attracting 20 new shareholders and expanding the group's asset to USD 10 billion by 2023. Under his leadership, TDB achieved investment-grade credit rating, including an A from Japan Credit Ratings in 2024. About half of TDB's portfolio supported SDGs and clean energy. Admasu was named African Banker of the Year in 2019 and 2024. And TDB was named African Bank of the Year in 2020. Previously, he served as Executive Vice President at DBSA in South Africa and has worked with various international funds and organizations. He currently serves on multiple boards, including FSD Ethiopia and Gulf Africa Bank. Admasu holds an MSc from LSE and MBA from WBS and is an alumnus of Harvard Business School. Welcome, Admasu. Mark, which we heard from this morning, is the CEO of FSD Africa. Mark's early career, 1989 to 2003, was in investment banking in the City of London, where he advised growth companies on M&A and capital raising. He has now been involved in financial sector development in Africa for over 20 years. From 2004 to 2009, he was CEO of Finmark Trust, based in Joburg. He then moved back to London, where he became an independent consultant, specializing in financial system changes in developing countries, mainly in Africa. He joined CDC, now Bill & UK's Development Finance Institution, as Director of Investment Innovation from 2011 to 2012, and moved to Nairobi to set up FSD Africa in December 2012. Since then, he has led on all strategic changes in FSD's Africa's history, including its move into capital markets development and establishing its investment arm, FSD Africa Investments. Mark has written papers and articles on financial sector development and was commissioning editor for a 2010 book of case studies on financial innovation in Africa, Real Money, New Frontiers. He has an MA in Modern Languages from Cambridge University. Please help me welcome Mark. To be honest, with all these distinguished panelists, I don't know where to start. But just for clarity purposes, how many of you attended COP29? Oh, 2 of you. Great. So maybe I'll ask you questions around that. Let me start with Jonas. Ethiopia has set ambitious climate finance goals, including the target to reduce GHG emissions by 68% by 2030. How is the Ministry of Finance planning to mobilize both domestic and international resources to meet these targets?
Thank you, Hikmet. Thank you for inviting us to participate in this panel. Yes, of course, the Ministry of Finance, one of its key roles is, to mobilize resources in general, and specifically since the launching of the CRG strategy in 2011, the climate finance issue is, central to the ministry. And because of that, during late 2012, early 2013, the ministry established a CRG facility, basically to mobilize climate finance, to administer climate finance, and also to disperse climate finance for various projects. So the CRG facility also, facilitates the accreditation of the Ministry of Finance to the Adaptation Fund and Green Climate Fund. So this is a key role that the Ministry of Finance have been doing so far. And as it was mentioned earlier by Mr. Mark, our NDC have a huge and ambitious target, and to achieve the targets, we need more than 300 billion USD till 2030. So this requires us, to mobilize a lot, and this target also expected to be mobilized basically or significantly from external financial sources. So in doing so, we have been mobilizing from various sources. As I said, we are accredited to the Green Climate Fund and Adaptation Fund, and our accreditation to the GCF Fund was recently upgraded to medium category projects, so that will help us leverage more resources from the Green Climate Fund, because Green Climate Fund is the main or the largest climate finance provider in institution. So in doing so, we are planning to build our capacity to mobilize climate finance from these resources, and also we need to maximize every window from these institutions. So far we have only mobilized through the facility around 300 million USD. Another 280 million USD is on the pipeline. This is only through the CRG facility, because there are also other resources coming from different channels like MDBs and also through bilateral channels. From domestic resource mobilization point of view, currently we are working on to establish a dedicated special grant that will help us to finance our effort in the Green Legacy Initiative, and also to help us restore degraded landscape, because Ethiopia currently have almost half of the land mass is degraded. It is around 54 million hectares, and around 11 million of it is very much critically is degraded. So unless we do immediate intervention, it will lose its economic value. So because of this, we wanted to establish a dedicated fund, and want to establish by law, and we drafted a proclamation, and now it is in the hands with the parliament, and we expect it will be ratified soon. So if it is ratified, it will give us between 0.5 and 1% of the federal government annual allocation from domestic resource to be channeled to this fund. And this fund will be also complemented by regional states. So this will give us a sustainable financing means to sustain the Green Legacy Initiative, and also to restore large land mass. So these are the initiatives that we are doing, and also we continue to do so in terms of external resource mobilization and also domestic resource mobilization. The other point I want to raise is that we are also wanting to institutionalize a budget tagging and tracking system into our public financial management system. So this is important, because we need to know how much we are investing from federal government, from regional states, from partners, from state-owned enterprise. This will enable us, to guide our decision making, where to invest, how much we are investing, and also it will create transparency in terms of the financial investment in the climate change. So these are the issues that we are doing, but most importantly, we need to do more in terms of mobilizing more resources from the international public finance, because we are a least developing country. We need more grant resources. We need more concessional loans. To do so, we need to exhaust all financial sources that is available. Thank you very much.
I wonder, please, before I leave you, Jonas, you've heard the discussions and Ahmed's speech and also Mark's. I wonder, not now, perhaps I'll come back to you. Can you think about how development partners on the ground can help you? At the Ministry of Finance, as I was walking the minister out,
Yes.
that's what he was mentioning. Like,
Sure.
how can he help us mobilize?
Sure, definitely. Our development partners are supporting us in a different way. One is through financing. For example, the CRG facility was financed. I mean, the project that we submitted through the CRG facility was financed by bilateral donors and multilateral donors. If I mention some, FCDO is always there, starting from the very beginning, and FCDO was the first one to channel resources through the CRG facilities. The Norwegian government, the Danish government, they are always there and supporting various projects. Of course, there are also other partners who are supporting us technically, because technical support is very important for us. Even the establishment of the CRG facility itself was supported by UNDP, Global Green Growth Institutes. So this technical support is very important, and it helps us, to prepare our service to prepare various bankable projects and also to comply with our donor requirements. So the technical support, the financial support of partners are very, very important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps Mansour, while we were organizing this inaugural workshop, one of the things we struggled with is which ministry does what in terms of responsibility. And we're hoping that after the end of today, we have a bit of clarity on what you do at the Ministry of Planning and Development. Can you just tell us what your role is?
Thank you so much. This question is struck to come first. I also expect this question because many of you may be confused in current developments, but now everything is clear. Following the proclamation number 1263/2021 in reorganizing the federal government institutions, the Ministry of Planning and Development is mandated to coordinate climate change agenda in general and also connecting and representing Ethiopia in international climate dialogues, including COPs. So now the Ministry of Planning and Development have two streams or subsectors. One is about macro analysis. The other one is about climate change, environment and demography, which is now led by the State Minister. Ministry of Planning and Development now is again restructured, is institutional mandate to deliver. Sorry, this one is a bit writing. So Ministry of Planning and Development now is institutionalized itself, making to deliver its mandate that's been provided by the proclamation that mentioned. Now we have at least two departments who is overseeing, coordinating both nationally and internationally. That's one is about climate policy, strategy, analysis, or mainstreaming of climate agenda across the national development planning process as well as sectoral planning process. The other one is about climate, environment and climate change agreements and strategic partnership, where I am now represented for that sub unit or maybe unit, yes, of course. So with that in mind, now we have structured and well institutionalized with both human resource and also other logistic arrangements, so that we are in a position now in delivering. By the way, the Ministry of Planning and Development is the national focal point for UNFCCC, the national designated authority for GCF, GF, Adaptation Fund, every climate fund. Because Ministry of Planning and Development is expected to align align any initiative that may come from anybody, from government or private sector, whatever the case, is to align with the national priorities that are set out by the NDC. That's Mark already referred to. Everybody is referring about that one, the NDC, the 10-year development plan, where it's one of the its key pillar is about building green, climate resilient green economy maybe by 2030, and we have also already developed and prepared and submitted long-term low emission and climate resilient development strategy that will guide the economic development through green pathway up to 2050. That's for the next 30 years. So the mandate is clear, and we are just providing institutionalize ourselves to respond to any questions that may come from anybody, private sector, everybody, regarding to the financial resource mobilization and also even carbon market. Now, at Ministry of Planning Development, we have carbon development, what do you call it, carbon market development unit, which is operating day-to-day activities in responding a lot of interests that we receive from nationally and also internationally. So it's not only about that one. We are also trying to manage about now at our hand about maybe 20, more than 20 GF and GCF projects under both under implementation and also pipeline. So we are closely following up, not only me, my minister, state minister, as closely following up day to day about those processes. I think this calls and also clears any information that is ready for that one. At the same time, we have also established a partnership department which is responsible to make sure that every actor, every stakeholder being engaged. So to that end, we are now organizing consultative meeting with, for example, banks, with private sector, CSOs, universities, academia, every stakeholder. Because we regretted in the previous time, we didn't have such kind of capacity to at least absorb and also accommodate those actors. There are so many actors in Ethiopia, but we are not really reach out to them. And when we produce national communications that are being communicated to UNFCCC that tells to the international community about Ethiopia's action on climate is not really representative, because most of that communication we have submitted that submitted that report to UNFCCC in January 2024, but it mostly represents only the government initiatives. We now, in the next round, we are already initiated development of, for example, carbon markets development strategy, carbon market engagement strategy, legal framework for carbon, and also resource climate policy even itself. So we are trying to at least formalize, and also through that we are now critically organizing CRG forum, which is the government donors, government development partners forum, which is trying to coordinate and also initiate, also at least to push, I may say, to support Ethiopia's ambition to implement its goals. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mansour. Yeah, I think we kind of have clarity in terms of how responsible you are as a government agency. But like you said, there's so many players in the markets, right? Private sector, civil society, and the Ministry of Finance. I wonder if you can see a role for FSD Ethiopia to play a convening role, like you said, for the different stakeholders. I don't want to put you on the spot, you don't have to respond now, but that's something for you to think about perhaps by the end of the day, when you can hear many of the problems and discussions that's happening in Ethiopia right now, perhaps that you're not aware. That's the kind of role that we would like to play in terms of research, in terms of private sector involvement, in terms of convening the different government arms, because at the end of the day, there's one goal, right? To maximize the international money. So yeah, I don't make a commitment, but I'm just saying.
No, this is what we also expect from the FSD, Ethiopia and South Africa. I am very nice to see Mark. We had a bilateral meeting last year, so this gathering will help us also to understand what FSD is working and what kind of benefit we can maximize, we may take from the FSD. It's in convening nature and so on and so forth. Especially, we may use the FSD as maybe entry point for inviting and organizing the private sector engagement in Ethiopia. That was criticized by Mark this morning and everybody in the room, so that we are very dedicated to that platform. We will going to establish a kind of platform for the private sector to understand the needs and also at least inform them of access from the private sector through maybe GCF, GF. Every climate finance has a window for private sector, but in Ethiopia we didn't yet access it so far. Thanks so much.
Thank you. You've made a commitment in front of 120 people. Maybe let me come to you, Hannah. Given the current challenges in mobilizing sufficient resources to meet the climate goals, how do you think how do you see a role in capital markets playing an accelerated role in this?
Thank you, Hikmet. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I mean, as you might all of you be well aware, the role of capital market is providing alternative finance for government and private sectors as well. But as I always say, the beauty of capital market is you can tailor it as you want. I mean, to the jurisdiction's need, to a sector's need, to different needs that jurisdictions people have. And more than that, when I talk about capital markets, I always say this: if you see me or hear me talking anywhere, I might say it like repeatedly, but at the risk of repeating myself, I always say that capital market is not only about financial, finance or accelerating finance, but actually changing people's life in different walks of life. So that's one of it. In terms of climate finance, the capital market can provide a platform for financing, alternative financing sources. But people ask, is there any need for climate-related finance? The answer is obviously yes, but how much? Mark gave us the statistics. Internationally, the need for climate finance has increased significantly. For example, in around 2010, it was billions. Now it has increased to a couple of trillions in 2025. Even in our continent, in our country, the need for climate finance has significantly increased. That's why we need an alternative source of investment for climate financing. And the other important component in the capital markets and in the climate finance, of course, is are there investors who are interested in that? These are not only the two actors in the capital market. We have also other partners, the government, developmental partners, who want to finance the climate efforts, mitigation and adaptation efforts in Ethiopia. So we coordinate with other developmental partners, such as FSD Ethiopia, FSD Africa. Hikmat says that I don't care about the vowels as long as FSD is there. So we closely work with them. So that's the idea we have. So capital market provides the platform. The other function of capital markets, not just Ethiopian capital markets, but the broader capital market regulation provides robust, climate change related disclosures. You can see it in two ways. One of it is climate risk disclosures. We want those. We want climate related disclosures not for the purpose of climate related efforts. Those plays a huge role in climate mitigation and adaptation roles, but properly disclosing climate risks help us properly price our capital market products and services. If you have not properly include the climate risks in your pricings, I don't think we have the right price of the capital market products and services. The other one is having a continuous ESG corporate governance related disclosure platforms. As you know, one of the things Ethiopian capital market and the regulations, the subsidiary regulations, the parent law proclamation 1248 is providing transparency for the investors to have enough information to do, informed decisions. So if an investor wants to invest in climate-related products and services, they need to have enough information on climate-related risks, of course, ESGs and corporate governances. The other very important thing in general in climate financing and in capital market is incentives. The capital market provides one, reputational incentives for businesses. If you have better climate change contribution to your country, to the world, to your society, to the vulnerable group in your community, you'll have more reputations. And that can be expressed through your climate-related reportings. So we want to give that reputational incentives for businesses that work relating to climate change. The other one is, of course, financial incentives. You need financial incentives for businesses who works towards climate mitigation and adaptations. Because less greener businesses are, I'd say, they might be less risky, more profitable. You don't have to, go through all this climate change related research, maybe other things. So businesses sometimes can incline to a less green or a less greener businesses. So we need to give them incentives. It could be through I'm happy that Minister of Finance people are here. I wish Mr. Ahmed Shide was here to listen to how important tax incentives are for the broader capital market and particularly for climate financing. The capital market also provides, apart from the reputational incentives, the financial incentives, it also helps them facilitate. I'd say the Capital Market Authority does not design products, any capital market products, but we can facilitate products relating to climate change or climate mitigation and adaptation works. So you can be creative, as I have said it earlier. You can use capital market as you want. So if anyone, private sector, wants to develop climate finance, climate change related products and services, we can facilitate. And we can also provide, we're working on it as ECMA to provide climate change taxonomy so that it could serve as a guideline for investors, issuers, businesses, government, developmental partners to see which investments are more green and so that they'll be able easily direct their fundings, their businesses towards those identified business areas. As Ethiopian Capital Market Authority, even if we're very, very new regulators to the capital market and the capital market development is nascent, we're very aware of the importance of working towards climate financing. So we have a work stream dedicated for climate finance. As you know, Hikmat, we are closely working with FSD Ethiopia and Africa, where policy development, policy framework development, roadmap development, and everything. So we are also having different source of funding to do climate finance taxonomy, and we want also to do demonstrative transaction of climate finance. So we're trying to secure funding as well to, provide case studies how they can do it, how they can benefit from the existing incentives available. The other one, capital market can also provide a showcase of successful climate-related investments. We question, right, with the risks of climate change, the unpredictability, the uncertainty that involves, the level of research, the level of skills, the level of capacity it needs. If a business decides to do a business relating to climate change, and if they are successful, we want to showcase that through the periodic reporting. We want to put them on our websites and showcase that you can be successful while doing a climate related activity. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Admasu, you've recently been talking about how difficult it is for the private sector to access climate finance related financing. What specific commitments has your bank made in terms of financing these projects across Africa?
Thank you, Hikmat. Very pleased to be here with everybody else. Just a quick word, TDB, for those of you who don't know, is an African multilateral that operates across 26 countries. We do not just trade finance, but of course, conventional development finance, which of course is where most of our climate finance is situated. Naturally, as a multilateral that's committed to sustainability, we have a very strong focus on financing renewable energy and green infrastructure. Those are the two largest ticket areas, as we would know, to reduce carbon emissions. And so we've been focusing our financing role on intermediating green funding for those two specific sectors. We have very specific dedicated facilities to promote regional financing facilities. We have one facility called the RIF, which is around $415 million. And then we have another one called the Ascent program, which is an sustainable energy focused facility that makes special purpose facilities available for cooking purposes for households and those types of situations where people are using chopped wood and coal to cook. So we have two particular facilities that are quite large, but even our mainstream resources are heavily geared towards the Paris Agreement, because of course Most MDBs have cornerstones in their strategy relating to both the Paris Agreement as well as SDGs. It's not a new topic. It's been around for quite some time. We are very fortunate as TDB to have 3/4 of our energy portfolio already being green, because we are active in countries like Ethiopia, Kenya, that already have a very strong green energy mix in their portfolio. Beyond our financing role, of course, we've been looking to innovate as well. We pioneered a green share concept, an instrument that would look to basically capitalize on the successes that have been achieved with green bonds, but doing it on a different side of the balance sheet, which is really the equity. And so we tried to develop a little bit of excitement from strategic partners who might want to capitalize us with a very specific green theme that would then provide a multiplier effect of 3 to 4 times the equity that would come in, that would be dedicated specifically to green financing. So on the balance sheet itself, we've done that. We've also been obviously modeling our own portfolio. We've segmented our portfolio into 3 sections. The Paris-aligned component, the transition component, and the non-aligned component. And we're modeling that out for the next 10 to 20 years to see how we can minimize the non-aligned portion of the portfolio. So, you know, like many institutions, we're working very hard at greening the bank as a whole. We're doing it also internally with our own premises. For those of you who've seen our premises in Nairobi, it's a green certified building. We are actually planning on 2 new facilities. Speaking of housing and property, we will be rolling out in 2025 a green housing fund that will be specifically targeting developers and contractors who are committed to putting up green facilities, green premises, and we have very targeted instruments in that new facility, which will have different partners involved. Another new fund we're working on, again with international partners, including the World Bank Group, is an e-mobility fund, which is to, again, give a nice big push in the transport sector, as we know, which is a major sector that causes big emissions. We've been trying to see how we can have a 100% green fund there that would help our clients, our member states, adopt EV programs, fleets, individual car financing facilities, but also EV infrastructure, because a lot of countries, even Ethiopia, has been very bold, as we've seen. And so the cars coming in now there's a lot of EVs coming in, but there isn't supportive infrastructure for that. So again, we have that kind of facility to help speed up the rolling out of that kind of supportive infrastructure. So this is just a blend of different things that we're doing. We have an academy as well. You know, PPPs is a very common theme these days in infrastructure in general, but there's also green PPPs. And we're also looking to adapt the PPP initiatives to the green space to try to help push the origination efforts at the project preparation level to ensure that there's strong incentives for developers to actually put up green projects. In that sense, we have a new vehicle within TDB Group. It's called the Trade and Development Fund. It's a concessional window that also has some grant funding. And this is where we're doing business unusual, where we're providing opportunities to give grants to developers to actually do feasibility studies, pre-feasibility studies, special purpose surveys, just to help share the risk upstream before projects are ready for financing. There's a lot of banks who can actually finance projects once they're, so to speak, bankable, but there's a lot of challenges upstream to get them to that stage. It's heavy lifting, it's costly, it's risky, and so sometimes you need suitable funding for that purpose. And we've joined FSD Africa and many others who've understood that there's a big gap at that level of the spectrum, and we've now also made a commitment to make available soft, patient funding for that purpose. So there's different types of of thrusts we have across the group, within our asset management space, our academy, the mainstream banking operations. We're trying to green the whole group. And thank heavens, we're getting a lot of support from various partners to subscribe not just to our green shares, but to give us green loans. And sometimes we joke with our treasurer, because the treasurer says, I don't want to issue a green bond now because I have green money coming out of my ears. The problem is there's no takers. And so the problem really is the question of how can we get transactions ready to actually absorb all of this green funding that's available, even though Africa is still consuming less than 3% of climate finance. You know, there is a lot out there. The problem is we don't have enough demand. You know, as economists, we talk about effective demand, not conceptual demand, right? To get that effective demand up and running, we all have to pull up our sleeves and help the different units within government, but to help project sponsors in particular actually take those early stage risks and prepare the transactions that can then absorb that kind of money. I'll stop here.
Thank you. But perhaps I'll put you on the spot, Tadmaso, since we are in Ethiopia and you're Ethiopian. The one advice that you can give perhaps for policymakers as well as the private sector, one thing that we can do in 2025 to access your money.
Well, actually, a lot of our money has been accessed in Ethiopia. Out of 26 countries, Ethiopia is in the top 3.
Oh, great.
So Ethiopia has been a very avid user of our facilities. But a lot of it has been in the trade finance space. The agriculture sector has been the biggest user. We've also supported Ethiopian Airlines. We've done some other industrial projects. We've done tourism. One of the challenges, I think, has been to get PPPs up and going. I think everybody knows Ethiopia has a great story with its energy mix being 99% or so green. A lot of that has been done directly off the balance sheet of the state, right? And that is an area, I think, where there can be some innovation, where there can be refinancing approaches being taken to release some of that equity that is heavily installed in existing, power projects. We have some partners who have some very interesting ideas to how to help countries like Ethiopia release equity that is already locked in. And so our role is not just as a financing partner, but it's also in terms of advisory and helping Ethiopia sort of identify some quick wins, how to actually, unlock funding that's not obvious, right? And a number of African countries are looking at this as one way of dealing with the stress of finding funding in a very complicated macroeconomic space. And so there's some of those opportunities that I see that I don't think Ethiopia is yet taking advantage of. But of course, private projects, I think the whole PPP space. Ethiopia, of course, now has transmission lines across the neighborhood. Ethiopia can scale up its power and obviously export much more green power. I think there would be a lot of support for that. It doesn't have to be on the back of the state. It can be PPPs. It could be concessions given. And you can even have some of those private power producers or independent power producers being positioned to support industrial projects in Ethiopia, whether it's industrial parks or whether it's new industries being contemplated. We have quite a few cement projects here in Ethiopia. I'm aware that some of them use coal.
Yeah.
There's maybe ways and means of helping to decarbonize some of our industrial projects, working with existing projects, but helping them maybe move out of the very harmful coal production space. Clinker, as we know, is very dependent on that type of energy production. But yeah, we have a lot of ideas. We see a lot of opportunities also on the adaptation side. I think that was something that was mentioned earlier on. Agriculture is a huge sector in Ethiopia, and that is where you can absorb a lot of adaptation funding, inputs, fertilizer and the like, but also tailor-made storage infrastructure, which is also very important. Ethiopia has become a big player in wheat production. It's one thing to produce it, it's another thing to move it. It's also another thing to store it. And a lot of these interventions can be linked to resilience, climate resilience, and adaptation measures. And so there's a lot of funding, I think, that can be attracted in that particular area, which would also support food security. So I think there's a lot of creative ways of looking at climate and green growth and matching the demand to that kind of supply. The problem, of course, is packaging these opportunities. Even within the FSD world, we often talk about converting concepts to procurement and to implementable projects. I think it's a problem across the landscape of development, not just in Ethiopia, but in the region as a whole. So how do we actually move from identifying opportunities to actually packaging them into executable transactions, whether it's grant funded or whether it's concessional finance, or even if it's private finance. There is a lot of private finance, but they of course need the confidence that the ecosystem around that investment is going to be functional. And I think this is again where, I think we were discussing on the table, how can we, deal with the low-lying fruit around the environment of doing business. Sometimes it's not just the money that's important. Sometimes if you can just sort of sort out the institutional issues in an operating environment, that goes a very long way to actually helping others take the leap and come in and actually take the risk. People don't want to take risks on risks they cannot manage. So a lot of the risks in the ecosystem are unmanageable by private investors. Even development partners read into that a lot. So I think the state doesn't have to do the rocket science of actually figuring out how to get great projects off the ground. I think more importantly, just get the basics right. If you get the basics right, you clear the space, you'd be surprised at what can happen. But we're very open, we are very committed here, we're very active here. And I hope together with FSD Ethiopia, FSD Africa, maybe we can help build capacity upstream to get these projects up and running and attract international partners who are willing to refinance existing projects. Ethiopia's got a sovereign wealth fund at the moment. It's a holding company. There's a lot of state-owned assets. We've identified the magic that can be done in that space. But there's also a lot of magic that can be done on existing infrastructure assets that sit on the balance sheet that are not adequately leveraged. And so there's some very interesting prospects there, but maybe for another occasion.
Thank you. That's a lot of messaging for policymakers sitting on the panel as well as on the ground. So we'll take that up, I think. So Mark, finally, FSD Africa is focused on unlocking private sector finance for climate resilience. What innovative financial instruments do you believe will be critical in accelerating private sector involvement in Ethiopia? I'd also like you to talk about FSD Africa's investment arm. What have you done in Ethiopia, and potentially what can be done?
Okay. Well, can I just avoid the question just to start by saying something different, which is this. I mean, what you've just been hearing is real gold dust, right? This is a very, very, very good panel. And I do think Ethiopia is in a really good position when you've got champions within these very relevant agencies who are really thinking deeply about the topics. I'm not just saying that to flatter you, but I think everything that is being said is so relevant. I mean, Mansour, for example, was giving a very good account of, desire on the one hand to get it right, but also the massive complexity of bringing all these different parties to the table. And getting everybody to play their correct role. And that whole issue around coordination across government, but also then bringing in the private sector and how you create that kind of environment that Amasu has been talking about. Then, the whole big area of carbon market development on top of everything else that can be done. Hannah talking about the tax incentives and the role of capital markets as a signaling mechanism. We want capital markets in Ethiopia to be highly respected, highly efficient, a sort of beacon, really, for financial market developments in Africa. So you want those disclosures. You want investors to trust what they're buying in Ethiopia. You don't want a kind of Wild West to happen that might give you some really quick wins. You want to build a long-term capital market. And and Jonas in the in the finance ministry. I mean, what an incredible job you have as well, and it's very interesting to hear about the fund. So anyway, I just wanted to say that. And the second point I wanted to make was really this point about leverage as well, which is that, you know, when we're talking about private sector involvement here, and we need to set ourselves some metrics. We need to be accountable for some of these target setting and set up by government. But what government should be saying is, okay, we'll put a million in. What can we get for that million, right? So, and at the moment, as we were saying earlier, on private sector capital involvement in climate finance, for every dollar that goes in, you're getting 15 cents of response from the private sector. It should be completely the other way. It should, for every dollar you get, public money that goes in, you should be getting $2 or $3 of private capital. So there's a massive shift that we need to create in order to create the environment so that the public sector money is the catalytic money here, and that it's that leverages in the private sector. We really need to set ourselves some leverage targets over the next 10 years. It's not just about volumes, it's about leverage, because that's where the efficiency comes in. So on instruments, just to recap, I mean, FSD Africa's job, FSD Ethiopia's job is really to catalyze a systemic response, and systems to create a system, a systemic response. You need different instruments that range from, you know, technical assistance on policy and regulation through to investment, of course, but also this kind of activity here, this facilitation. That's an instrument in our book. So bringing people together to exchange ideas and make networks, I think, is a very important part of how markets develop. So we need to pull on all of those levers. I know that Cecilia will go into more detail on some of the specific instruments that the capital markets in particular can deliver, but I really like this conversation about releasing the equity and securitizations, you know, sort of refinancing the equity that's already been put in, and that's part of this leverage issue, right? So when you think about, and I've said this before, so apologies for repeating myself, but you know, one of the problems that we have in Africa is one of fragmentation. So things are, you know, opportunities are often too small for large-scale institutional investors. So we need to create big opportunities for institutional investors to come, and we need to make things very simple for them, and we need to take the risk away. So the good news is that there are these assets around. We need to package these assets up into a collective investment opportunity for institutional investors, and then we need to take that risk out for the institutional investors, and then you can release that capital and put it into other things. And the really good news is that there is actually guaranteed capacity on the continent, more than there has ever been, actually. And there are lots of institutions, whether philanthropic or in the MDB world, that are prepared to take some of that early stage risk and crowd in the private sector. So that's something we should definitely look to support. And also we need to start from the point of, you know, what's really feasible. What does the private sector really want? So there's a need. We often confuse opportunity and need, by the way. We're not very good at that. We sort of say, oh, there's a huge need, so that's an investment opportunity. Well, it isn't. Out of that need, there's probably only a portion that's actually an opportunity. And what the private sector is particularly looking for is investment in the energy sector. I mean, let's just be very clear about that. Yes, there may be opportunities in agriculture, but agriculture is a very difficult sector to finance. The energy sector is where the private capital is going to go, literally, sort of 75–80% of private capital for the green sector will go into the energy sector. So we need to think about those energy financing frameworks and just focus very singularly on that. And, you know, when I look at the NDC, the Ethiopia's NDC, you know, it's great, the forests and so on and so forth, but actually I'm not seeing enough on energy transition. And so I think the interesting challenge perhaps for Ethiopia is, you know, it is a green grid already, right? So what more can we do to crowd in? How do we get more? And maybe somebody better experience than me. How do you get more capital into producing more green energy so that you're creating a surplus for significant export? You know, so the job is not done, I think, on energy. So I think there is a thing there about, you know, lots of countries don't have. We're talking about financing their energy transition. You could say, okay, well, if Ethiopia is 100% green already, well, so that's the end of the story. Well, it isn't. We should be looking to produce 150% or 180% of our need and do something extra with that, whether it's fertilizer or export. And I really like the points about grids and transmission. My own country, the UK, is just, I think it was announced this week, some of the grid operators in the UK have just announced that they're going to be putting £100 billion into transforming the grid in the UK, because we need new storage systems. We need to be able to link up, you know, off-grid into the national grid and so on. It's much more complex transmission systems that are now needed to be able to cater for that demand for renewable energy. So I think there's a lot of investment that is still needed around the energy sector, and I think we should be focusing very singularly on that, because that's where the private sector really wants to go. Super quickly on the investment arm, we have done nothing in Ethiopia through FSD Africa Investments for very good reasons, right? But the market is changing, the environment is changing, and so maybe it does look a little bit more conducive for us to bring our capital in order for us to be able to get that capital out. The regulatory reforms that we're seeing almost every day coming out of Ethiopia do make for a much more exciting environment for finance. I mentioned before, we're looking quite a lot at the early stage adaptation end, so venture type companies that are interested in driving change around climate resilience, climate tech, ag tech, that sort of thing. I think we feel that's a potential opportunity for us to explore. But thank you for the challenge, Hikmet.
Can I just jump in?
Oh, okay.
Mark has had some very stimulating remarks. I was just thinking on energy, even though Ethiopia is more or less 100% green energy, there's a huge opportunity to actually scale up and actually increase the exports, and you do it in such a way that you obviously start unlocking the wind power, the solar power, the geothermal projects that are very well suited for private investment, unlike large-scale hydro, which is not easy for private sector players to go into. So we've seen some experiments. There are some projects around wind power. There's quite a few of those. There's solar power. There's geothermal. We've just concluded an interesting geothermal financing in Kenya last month, and the Geothermal Development Corporation of Kenya is on contract here in Ethiopia, providing technical assistance and the like. And there's so much opportunity to actually concession those out, and basically push out more of the large-scale hydropower to Tanzania, to Kenya, to the countries that really would love to have that kind of well-priced green energy. And then you replace that at home here with all these other projects, right? Go to the industrial parks, take them off the grid, get them to do special purpose, you know, whether it's wind or solar. There's so many ways of actually skinning a cat. And so I think there's a lot of room still to do a lot on the energy side, because 120 million people, the consumption of energy here is like this, right? We may be doing well in terms of the general megawatts installed, but it's just you blink your eye and then you're behind. That's what happened to South Africa. South Africa had to mothball a number of plants because they had excess capacity. In a couple of years, excess capacity gone, you know. All the projections, all the planning, you know, around the demand side was wrong. You know, they got the numbers wrong, and all of a sudden you had blackouts. If Ethiopia goes back to high level growth, 8%, 9%, we're going to strip out that capacity very quickly. So we need to be proactive. And if one also plays with the export agenda, there's room to modulate back and forth. Transport is the big area that Ethiopia has yet to penetrate. Thank heavens our railway here is electric, right? But there's obviously more railways that need to be extended. That can be done purely on a green basis, and one can also introduce PPPs on the rail side. You know, the tracks can be owned by the state, but you can have the rolling stock, and you can have operators that are private. And then that again would release equity from the state to focus on those areas of finance that really require public finance and not private. And so I think even in a country like this where it's not a big emissions player, there's so many other things that can be done. I think the EV space is fascinating because a very bold step has been taken, but there's huge problems with the supporting infrastructure, and there's no time for that. I think that one needs to be pushed very quickly, otherwise it'll be a bad story.
Right, thank you. Perhaps I'm told we're running out of time, but Mark, a question for you that's coming in. Even after pumping millions of dollars into the climate space, things are only getting worse. How do you bring accountability to the system globally, and how do you guarantee the continuation and successful implementation of these initiatives?
Things are only things are only getting worse. Yeah, wow. Are they all getting worse? I mean, the weather is getting worse. I agree with that. But, you know, is our ability to protect ourselves from those weather events getting worse? I don't think so. In fact, I think people are saying that, you know, I mean, it's perhaps a controversial thing to say that I think fewer people are dying. I've just read that. Right. So in some of these big weather events, you know, people are dying. We must remember that, and you know, the cattle are dying, and so on and so forth. But actually, our systems are getting better, and that's part of the investment in adaptation that we need to do. So I think we need to think about. Well, first of all, we need to celebrate the successes actually that we are achieving on the way, and we also must think about about the counterfactual. What would have happened if we hadn't made those investments? I think that's actually really important. Yeah, I mean, look, it's a real issue, and one of the things I didn't really say earlier, and maybe it's an opportunity to say this again, is that none of this is easy, and the opportunities are there, but they require really formidable coordination skills in order to make things happen at the scale that we need them to. And I think, in truth, the response from governments and all over the world, but you know, particularly in Africa, has not been rapid enough. So we're not expecting African governments to have to fund everything, and we can all agree that it's unfair that these low-emitting countries are having to now dig deep and pay for adaptation. But there is a lot that can be done, and a lot more that can be done, and it is actually rather shameful that a lot of the easy things that can be done by governments in this part of the world and large financing institutions, everything else, are not being done. We could do a lot more to change the system more quickly and to create that response. So it does require these coordination skills that Mansour's wrestling with at the moment. It's hard, but I do think there are opportunities there, but they're not going to be captured unless we get the coordination piece right.
Hold it there, Mark. Perhaps we're running out of time. There are many questions that have come in online, but perhaps we can find a way of addressing it during the day. Your last thoughts. We've said this is the inaugural seminar workshop for FSDE. If you were to come back in 3 years or 5 years, what would you like to see have happened?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I come back to what Admasu was saying earlier, actually, around creating a much more vibrant demand for green capital. So, and again, that's about coordination. It's about bringing together the parties that can help provide some of the early stage technical assistance for climate financing, but also, you know, the financial institutions themselves sort of changing or evolving that aren't as complicated actually as all of that. So if we come back in 3 years' time and there's some sort of, you know, system at work in the economy that's creating incredibly exciting.
Same question to you, Admasu?
I think I'll pass to the others first.
Maybe last thought. Okay. Mansour?
Actually, yes, Minister of Planning and Development would like to see in the next maybe 3-4 years that all stakeholders will contribute and their contribution will be really acknowledged. At the same time, we will just plan and also aspire to avoid duplication of effort. Especially we are just observing here and there, and we received a lot of complaints from every stakeholder. So we are strategically working on that one, and now the ministry is very dedicated to that one. And we also regretted that Ethiopia initiatives that we are working on that one. We even this year at COP29 and also presenting Ethiopia's commitment, respective of the finance agreed. That's a controversial, by the way, controversial agreement on NCQG, which is somehow is not comfortable for maybe developing countries, including Ethiopia, but it gives some kind of clue that acknowledge Ethiopia, for example, investing a lot of climate finance in Ethiopia. For your surprise, Ethiopia had invested lion's share of climate finance projects with domestic resource, not the international one. Many of you may just think like that, but the assessment that we did with support of World Bank shows that the CRG 10-year development, CRG progress report shows that most of the climate investments are come from the Ethiopian government. So we can just mobilize more money from the domestic resource, not only from the international one. So we will closely work with the Minister of Finance to that happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jonas, perhaps?
For example, I don't know what you are doing. So it's my first time to engage with you. So we are doing and we are operating in the same area, but we are not talking each other. So we need to bring everyone to the same platform to discuss and also to share ideas. So I hope after 3 years, not only government, private sector, and other stakeholders will have more clarity, and also will work together to achieve the same goal.
Thank you. Thank you. Hannah?
Thank you. I mean, in 3 years?
Yes.
Okay. I hope we, as a capital markets authority and other actors, including the exchange, would clearly have a clear roadmap towards climate financing here in Ethiopia. I wish to see more new, greener companies, more companies transitioning from whatever they are doing now to transition to more greener economy. I hope to see more successful businesses to showcase through the capital markets.
Thank you. Final thoughts, Admasu, and as your capacity of FSDE board chairman?
Thank you, Hikmat. Just one parting thought. We were in Morocco at the Africa Financial Industry Summit last week. There was a very strong representation from Ethiopia. And I was very proud to see Ethiopia pitching to the continental financial industry it did. And a lot of people were actually very impressed that Ethiopia had actually taken as many steps as it has in this reform agenda around the financial sector. The messaging was excellent. All of the sessions were overflowing with participants. And so I think the momentum we have in the financial sector, all the reforms, the very bold reforms, we really need to just capitalize on that because it's capturing a lot of imaginations. We've done that a little bit in the telecom sector, right? But I just think we need to make sure that they say it's all about experience management in the end, right? You can do many things, but if the result is not well managed, it actually is very self-defeating. So on the green energy side, on the climate finance side, I would be very excited if the Ethiopian Investment Commission, as part of the government as a whole, were to identify 1 PPP in geothermal, 1 PPP in wind, 1 PPP in solar, and then everybody says, okay, these are babies that need to be handled with extreme care. Whoever becomes the investor there, let's make sure it is a successful story. Because unfortunately, there's a lot of things that happen, along the way where things don't turn out well. And so if one is able to capture imaginations, there's nothing that succeeds like success. If we can get a couple of those PPPs, and if FSD Ethiopia FSD Africa, if TDB, if we can all rally together behind government and say, which PPPs do you want a concession out there? I'm talking to a lot of different sponsors and promoters coming in from different places, including in mining, by the way, which is something we've not discussed. But if we can just say to ourselves, there's so much on our plates. The agenda's huge. We're all excited. It's a developmental state. There's so much ambition. But let's just sort of get a few of them right. And let's chaperone them. Let's babysit them. And let's do what Walt Disney said. Manage experiences. It's not it sounds simple, but it's not, because when people hear bad stories in countries, you can talk all you want. People will say, yes, that's propaganda. The real story is you're going to go in there, you're going to be broken, and you're going to leave a very sad person. So we need to manage experiences. And this is not a silver bullet, but it's a simple thing. Just let's get a few investors in and make sure that they have a good story to tell out. Let them go to conferences and talk on behalf of Ethiopia.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I think before we break for a well-deserved coffee, help me thank my panelists again.
Could you please step forward so we have a group picture of our panel. Please, a round of applause for Hikmet for driving the conversation really well, please. Thank you so much. You can just step forward. Yes, step forward together, please, together. Excellent. And then in a moment, I will ask you to join them. If you feel like you want to be in this group picture, please jump in. Yes, anyone. It can be anyone. If you are for climate financing, jump in. You have 1 minute to jump in. Wait, please. Wait, please. Where's the Rohan? Anyone? 1, 2, and 3. I think that's it. Okay. Thank you so much. We're going to break for coffee now. About 20 minutes of coffee, and then we'll be back for the next session. Thank you all so much. A very, very powerful panel. Thank you. Enjoy your coffee. We'll see you in 20 minutes.
Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children, robbed of education and livelihoods, bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children, robbed of education and livelihoods, bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children robbed of education and livelihoods bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children robbed of education and livelihoods bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children, robbed of education and livelihoods, bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement, known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children, robbed of education and livelihoods, bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children, robbed of education and livelihoods, bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children, robbed of education and livelihoods, bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement, known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children robbed of education and livelihoods bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children robbed of education and livelihoods bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequence
for sustainable investing, providing advisory services on sustainable finance, and developing investment products across Latin America, Asia, and Africa. Cecilia also worked with the UN Environment Programme's Finance Initiative, pioneering ESG integration and helping launch the UN Principles for Responsible Investment in 2005. More recently, Cecilia has worked as a consultant for FSD Africa, supporting green and sustainable bond market development across Africa, and advised over 20 infrastructure projects. She holds a master's degree in environmental engineering from Imperial College in the UK, and a certificate in project management from George Washington University in the US. And this will give us a better idea of who she is, and then we're going to go into her presentation, which is going to give us a better understanding of how financial markets can be leveraged to address climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Cecilia to the podium.
Thank you so much. Salam, and then ended Nachu. I will do better next time I come. If you invite me, I will do the rest in English. I'm Cecilia Björborn Moray. Björborn is Swedish, Moray is Kenyan. So I've lived and worked across the African continent for the past 12 years, based mostly in Kenya, in different cities, and travel a lot across the continent. So it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. Yes, so I will talk a bit about what FSD Africa and FSD Ethiopia does in partnership, and the good news is, as we stand here and talk, we don't just talk, we actually have support to follow up. There's funding, there's technical support, there's, we are here to take any companies and other partners that are interested in this green finance journey. We can walk along with you to make it easier and quicker. So some of the areas that FSD Africa, together with FSD is Ethiopia as a partner, work in is we can provide grants, reimbursable grants for various impactful areas. We have heard about FSD AI investments, where we can provide early stage catalytic capital. We can also provide technical assistance for early stage companies and projects, transaction advisory, as many of our projects are not yet at an investable stage. So transaction advisory, very important. We work on the capital market development. So we have worked with the partners, FSD Ethiopia, to support the establishment of the Ethiopian Stock Exchange. Some people who I greeted here, they asked, oh, so you work in the office of Victor Nkiri. He's my colleague at FSD Africa in Ethiopia, so many of you may know him quite well. And so we support on the development of the projects, the instruments that can attract financiers internationally, domestically, concessional, private, capital, all kinds of sources, as we need all of them. And indeed, we have supported many pioneering investments across the continent, many firsts in green bonds, water bonds, gender bonds. We are working on a fund where you would roll over or transfer mature assets on multilateral and bilateral development banks' balance sheets to for domestic institutional investors to be able to invest in those in local currency. We spoke a bit about that earlier on the panel, how that equity can be unlocked. Also instruments around listed debt, SME funds. So these are new concepts that we are developing so to increase access of finance for SMEs, large-scale projects, really across the ecosystem. And a lot of it with a focus on local currency to reduce forex risk. So there are many different instruments that can be applied. I will talk a little bit more about the debt instrument just as an example, because it has a lot of track record in the green and sustainable climate space, but it cuts across all areas of the capital stack, right? We need all types of capital. So we have, of course, the equities market. We are looking forward to a lot of companies listing on the Ethiopia Securities Exchange across all sectors. On the equity side, we of course also can have private equity, venture capital, angel investors that need to come in for the early stage companies. Insurance and guarantee products, extremely important to de-risk investments and to make investors comfortable to come in. Here we can also have things like project preparation facilities, which are basically grants that can help develop projects to take them to an investable stage. And then outcome-based financing. Yes, there are different types of instruments. I'll get into it a little bit more. Debt for nature swaps is an example, or other impact bonds that can be considered. But I will talk a little bit more about, as I said, the debt instruments, and this can be both bonds and loans. We will get into a little bit more of that. And by the way, so we can come and do this session in much more detail for those who are interested. So this is just a snippet. I think my session is actually supposed to be over already, so I won't take you into too much of the technical detail. I just wanted to also flag this report. It was mentioned in some of the panels. I think Mark Napier mentioned it. It's an interesting report to read. You can find it on FSD Africa or Climate Policy Initiative's website. It indeed measures the climate capital flows across Africa. And indeed, as was said, there's some good news. Climate finance has increased. It's becoming a little bit more diversified with the private sector coming in more. But of course, we need much more of it, and it needs to be further diversified. I'll also touch on a few definitions. We talk about climate finance, but investors often talk about sustainable finance or responsible investment. So it's good to just keep in mind what do these different things mean. And it's not like they are vastly different, but sustainable finance is a little bit broader. It's really talking about incorporating, across the board, environment, social, governance issues, and other long-term factors into investment decision making. So that also has to be factored in at project development stage then. And the point is to invest for long-term sustainability and economic prosperity. So this is very aligned with national development plans and national adaptation plans. It's really for the development and economic growth in the country. Now, climate finance can be seen as a subset of that. It's a little bit more narrow, as it is focused on addressing climate, adaptation and resilience, and of course mitigation. And the financing can also come from all sources, but often we equate it with grant financing. So, but it doesn't have to mean grant financing, but it's just good to keep in mind that climate finance means different things to different people. We are trying to broaden the scope, so it's not just grants. Grants need to be there, absolutely, but they need to crowd in other sources of financing. So what's the attraction of these sustainable finance instruments? Of course, as we said, we want to expand the investor base. We want to build investment instruments that are aligned with Ethiopia's strategic national plans, including the 10-year development plan, the green economy plan that was referred to. And if this all makes, if that can be the good foundation of the instruments, then you can access the multilateral development bank's guarantees, project preparation facilities, de-risking instruments, so that other investors can come in. And the good thing about the capital markets in particular is that you can crowd in large pools of diverse investors for large-scale projects, which are also needed, as we were talking about, energy, infrastructure, and so on. So that is the beauty of the capital market. And you can also use blended concessional finance in those instruments. So it is really a golden opportunity to think of how can we develop these instruments in the capital markets. Now, when you hear about the sustainable bond market, sometimes you say green bonds because they have existed the longest. There's many examples of those, and it can get a little bit confusing with all this terminology, but trying to simplify it a little bit. Of course, bonds, these thematic bonds, they're like any other debt instrument raised on the Ethiopian Securities Exchange. It's a loan you're taking via the capital market as opposed to from the bank. Although you can also do green loans from the bank so that everything can work. But there are green bonds that are focused on impacts, environmental impacts. Then there are social bonds that focus on impacts in areas such as job creation, healthcare, education, gender-focused businesses or services. And then if you mix the environmental and social key performance indicators or impact indicators, then you get a sustainability bond. These are typically use of proceeds bonds, so the projects are defined, the pipeline of projects that meet the criteria are defined in advance, and that makes it easier for the entity that issued the instrument. It makes it easy for the investor because it's clear what kind of projects are there. And as you can see, there are some of these subsets of these bonds. We have green, climate, blue bonds, and gender bonds is a subset of social bonds. And then of course we have SDG bonds that have a broader sustainable development impact, outcomes. And then there's another set of bonds that have emerged over the past few years. They're called sustainability-linked bonds. They are general use bonds. They don't have to go to a specific project, but they are based upon agreed improvement, an agreed improvement plan with certain targets need to be met. Otherwise, so there are some step ups and step downs in the coupon rate, whether these targets are met or not. So that offers a little bit of flexibility, but for first-time issuers, it may be a little bit too complex. So sometimes it's good to focus on the use of proceeds bonds. It's a little bit more straightforward in terms of managing it, but certainly sustainability-linked bonds can also be an option. debt for nature swaps, you saw them as a little circle there. That's also a quite, well, they have been around for a long time. And basically what they do is that they forgive, you know, the creditor forgive a certain portion or all of the debt in return for a commitment from the country. I mean, because this is usually applicable to the sovereign, that the country commits to meet some developmental impact. This can often be in nature conservation. So it sounds really good. You forgive debt in return for managing a certain aspect of the economy. And it can really work in particular if it's a bilateral debt swap. When there are many creditors involved, it can get a little bit complicated. But bilateral debt swaps can really be an opportunity. And typically it's been in nature conservation, maybe forests, afforestation could be an opportunity. And I'm sure there are opportunities that are being explored in Ethiopia around this topic. So it is an opportunity. Sometimes it's a little bit difficult to get them to scale, but nevertheless, it has been tried and tested in some 10 countries across the world to date. So also an option to look into. Now, in terms of just the trend from the investor community, and of course we have many different groups of investors. We have the sovereign bondholders, we have the domestic institutional investors on the African continent, we have foreign pension funds and other institutional investors that have looked at sustainability for 20 years now. And for many foreign investors, this is now really a mainstream concept. To invest sustainably is core to their mandate. Now, they may do it, some does it better than others, but nevertheless, it's a concept that is very accepted because they recognize that green and social investment products are better investment than a plain vanilla product because they are de-risked. They have taken into account long-term risks and opportunities in terms of environmental and social climate impact. So this is really the trend globally, and investors will understand this language very well. And so based on that investor demand predominantly, the sustainable bond market has grown exponentially over the past 5 years or so. Initially, initially it was mostly the development finance institutions that were involved in these issuances, but this has really spread across the board. I'll show a slide on that, but this is just to say that it's really driven by investor demand. And as you can see, green bonds are the largest portion, followed by social and sustainability. And then you see this little sliver of the sustainability-linked bonds. And even though it's a very small portion, it has grown very fast over the past few years. So this market amounts to 5.5 trillion cumulative at this point. Still a very small portion of the overall global bond market, but nevertheless, it's a substantive amount of capital that we can attract more of. And now in terms of what these instruments are mainly invested in, we've spoken about the opportunity for energy in Ethiopia to expand, and indeed that is the predominant use of proceeds for these instruments. Energy followed by transportation, energy efficiency, and green buildings. So indeed, it's very aligned with the opportunities that you may want to consider for these instruments. And things like agriculture, forestry, waste management, you see them a little bit further down in terms of it's not so prevalent, and it's partly also because of the complexity. So energy projects, very easy to define, whether it's green or not. These are large-scale projects, so that also contributes to the volume, whereas agriculture, forestry, smaller projects, more complex guidelines, but these guidelines have now developed over the years. So it's certainly increasing in those sectors as well in terms of the capital allocation. And as I was saying, so in terms of who issues these bonds, it's really appropriate across the board. Earlier on, it was more of the development finance institutions, but this has really diversified, and we can see now that sovereigns, sub-sovereigns, state-owned enterprises, corporates, and banks are issuing these instruments quite evenly spread. Banks are often front runners in their markets because they are aggregators in the economy and can on-lend to SMEs. So that's often issuers that are quite interested to look into this. We've had many successful issuances across the continent, and quite recently from Tanzania, quite large-scale issuances, one by CRDB Bank, which was 400% oversubscribed, and these bonds are often oversubscribed because there is such a demand. And by the way, these issuances are both, they are in local currency, so both from domestic institutional investors, but also international investors investing in local currency, which is great. Do we have banks in the room? Yeah. So I hope there will be some banks that will come and we'll have a chat over lunch perhaps to see what the opportunity. State-owned enterprises, great starting points as well in the energy sector. The opportunities are endless, really. In terms of the regional breakdown, it's just interesting to see the trends. Europe and Asia, followed by North America, have had the most issuances and basically attract most of the capital. So how much is going to Africa approximately in this chart? To date, not so much, but it has increased a lot over the past 5 years. So this is why we are here, to increase it further. And in terms of the countries that have issued, the US is the biggest issuer, and the sovereign has not issued a sustainability-themed instrument and may not in the near future either, but is really driven by the the state at state level. California state is a huge issuer. Their utilities, water sector, public transport, and so on. And this is a list of, it's actually not complete. If we are circulating these slides, I'll update it with a more complete list. There are some 40 issuances on the continent at this point. FSD Africa has supported most of them. And it really cuts across. We have Acorn student housing in Kenya. As I said, many banks have been front runners. We have some renewable energy companies in Nigeria. So it really, there's a representation from all sectors, smaller issuances, larger issuances. It's possible to make it work. And just briefly, I don't want to go into too much detail. No, I didn't. Just see the time. Okay. So just good to be aware, there's so much information available online also, but there are two main standards that govern these instruments internationally, and this can also be developed further by the Capital Markets Authority and the Securities Exchange in Ethiopia, and I think work is already underway there. But the international standards are really the International Capital Markets Association and the Climate Bonds Initiative that hold standards to guide these issuances. And there is guidelines available, the green bond principles, the social bond principles, and the Sustainable Bond Guidelines from ICMA. These are voluntary guidelines, but it has really become the minimum standard for these thematic bonds. And in short, what it requires is basically you as an issuer define for yourself what are my eligibility criteria. Hopefully they will be aligned with international and local standards. What are my eligibility criteria for green and social? What internal committee teams do I put together to make sure that these projects we select are eligible? And then there's an element of just showcasing that the funding that you raise indeed goes to those projects that you said they would go to. And then there's a small annual reporting piece associated with this. It's nothing too complicated. It's just really to show that you have allocated funding to the projects you say you would allocate to. And then there's also an impact reporting piece, which talks about what's the benefit of these projects to the stakeholders, to society. And the good news is FSD Africa, FSD Ethiopia can support with this process, because you need to draft a green bond, sustainable bond framework that captures all of this, and we can assist with that. Some additional useful information that you can find from the Climate Bonds Initiative that I mentioned. Their standard, these two standards are not in competition, they are complementary. ICMA focuses on the internal processes, and then Climate Bonds Initiative looks really at technical specification at the sector level. So they go together. You don't have to do the Climate Bonds Initiative certification, but it can nevertheless be useful to look at the sector guidance that is available online for all these sectors. So any sector can be green, apart from oil, fossil fuel extraction is not in line with the Paris Agreement. But everything else can really be green. And there are guidelines for the different sectors, whether it's in energy, solar, wind, geothermal, sustainable forestry criteria, also for commercial forestry, which I understand there are some significant plans in Ethiopia as well. Building criteria, green building certifications. It's easy to use IFC EDGE certification, for example, for the buildings, and then that automatically qualifies for a green bond. Also in agriculture, a lot of good guidance that can be considered. So in addition to that, Climate Bonds Initiative taxonomy, as we call it, which basically means a catalog of definitions of what green means in different sectors. There's also development of an African sustainable finance taxonomy. And I know there's work underway in Ethiopia as well, and in many other African countries. So the effort to develop an African taxonomy is led by the African Development Bank and African financial institutions and their regulators. And it's really to bring some coherence to the different taxonomies, so that it's easier for investors who may be investing on a regional basis to make sense of all of this. And importantly, the intention is to define what does green mean in the African context, because that can look different from what the Climate Bonds Initiatives or the European Union taxonomy looks like. And there's an educational process there also for foreign investors to better understand what would green investment look like in the African context. So many taxonomy is being developed globally, and it's basically meant to be a helpful tool to bring clarity and understanding of what does it mean to develop a green or a social project, because indeed taxonomies can cover green specifications, social, a mix thereof, and you can have a step-based approach so that you can over time reach a more ambitious target. So maybe in summary, in terms of one area of support that FSD Africa and FSD Ethiopia can support with in relation to sorry, these specific instruments. We can help you look at the set of projects that you have. If it's a bank, you may have many projects. We can do what we call a portfolio review, or just look at your projects and advise how can you make them green if they are not green at the moment, and advice on what kind of label you may want to consider. Look at then what size of capital you may need to raise, so the size of the bond. We can come and support with the whole process and engage with your company or your bank or your, with the sovereign as well, right? Across departments and ministries, because it's very important that everyone is on the same page. So that capacity building, we can support with that. And then, as I said, under the international guidelines, develop these sustainable bond framework that you use when you issue your thematic bond. This sustainable framework also need to be verified by an external verifier. It's called second party opinion. So there are different firms that can do that, and the good news is FSD Africa can pay for that. So we are doing all this support. Apologies, it's the end of the year. I think I'm getting a bit tired. So this is a great finale of my extensive traveling. So FSD Africa can pay for that external review. And we do all of that because it's a new instrument, and we want to make it easy for companies and projects to come to market with this. And so maybe almost in closing, is just to say that we work with everyone in the market, from the transaction advisors, the stock exchange, the capital markets authority. Oh, thank you so much. Maybe I should do the investors, the Multilateral Development Bank, really everyone that can be helpful in this process. We are collaborative and we work in partnerships to crowd everyone in. But we can provide very specific technical advice, and we are here in the market available to you. I think I will end there. I can just leave with, if you want to have a little closer look at what I've spoken about, then we have some toolkits that are available. You can take a look, the Green Bond Toolkit, Gender Bond Toolkit, and then together we can figure out what the appropriate instruments would be in Ethiopia. We talked about PPP instruments. I haven't spoken about that, but one can also innovate around those labels. We can think about the green PPP or the green loans that are part of such project finance, right? So these labels really mean that we are intentional about measuring and communicating the environmental and social impact, and it can be done with any instrument. But it also means that you can attract the attention of international financiers and make the investment better, less risky over the longer term. So I think I'll stop there, and I think there's a Q&A session later. So happy to take any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Cecilia, for that wonderful presentation. And I hope you've really learned a lot, particularly about FSD, and then she'll be there to respond to some of the questions you may raise later on. Now we're going to get to a quick panel discussion, the second one, private sector experience in accessing climate finance. And this is another engaging panel discussion focused on private sector's role in accessing climate finance. And if I can have the hotel team or any FSD team to help me set up while I introduce my moderator. Excuse me. So we're going to hear from industry leaders and businesses who have navigated the challenges of securing climate finance for this project. The panel discussion will be moderated for us by Dr. Ruth Goodwin-Groen. And Dr. Ruth is the founding managing director of Better Than Cash Alliance, which had laid the global shift from cash to electronic payment, impacting over 113 governments and 229 companies and most of the UN agencies. And this movement has digitally included 1.1 billion people across the globe. And Dr. Ruth has also led financial sector initiatives with the World Bank, G20 and Soros Foundation, and is a global expert on financial equality for women, and she has led the V20 call for action on responsible digital payments for climate action. And she holds a PhD in financial sector development, and an MBA from Harvard, and a BSc with honors from the University of Western Australia. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Ruth to the podium to lead us through the dialogue. Please welcome her.
Tanastalung and Divanacho. It's great to be back in Addis. We've heard a lot. We've heard top-down, great ideas. Atwad Masu and Hannah and others have taken a top-down approach. For the next 45 minutes to an hour, we're going to hear a bottom-up approach. We're going to hear from two amazing entrepreneurs here in Addis who are creating the demand for climate finance, who are at the beginning of their journeys. And so by the end of this session, hopefully we'll start to get real practical ideas for financing the businesses that are creating, that will grow to meet the great examples that we heard this morning. So let me introduce our two great entrepreneurs. In the energy sector, we've heard a lot about the energy sector. So Philagot Selassie is the founder and managing director of ON Energy, specializing in sustainable energy solutions. She's got extensive experience in engineering, project evaluation, market analysis across the whole energy sector, including off-grid solutions, because only 50% of Ethiopia is on-grid. So yes, we've got lots of power, but only 50% is on-grid, so off-grid is essential. So she's worked with Power Africa, East Africa Energy Program, and the Adele World Bank Program. And one example of her work is that she's working in has worked in the coffee sector, replacing diesel with solar power, which is a classic sustainable energy program. She's worked with across the energy sector. She's co-founded the Ethiopian Women in Energy, which is fantastic, and has initiated a solar business incubation program for women. Has a master's degree from the University of London, and has been recognized a number of awards, including Achieving Scholar. Please welcome Philagot Selassie. And then our other great entrepreneur is in the deforestation sector. So we've heard also about how important that is here in Ethiopia. And so I want to introduce to you Bethlehem Dejene. And she is the founder and CEO of Zafri Papers, because she's transforming the paper sector. She is producing 100% tree-free paper pulp. So banana skins, but banana what do you call them? Stems, that's right. Banana stems, she's turning them into paper, and in the process, saving millions of trees. We want that in Ethiopia, right? So we need businesses like Bethlehem's. So she is the founder and CEO I mentioned, but she's also been given awards as the 2024 Founder of the Year for Africa, an Impatient Optimist Award, a 100+ Accelerator Award, upcoming Unicorn of Africa Award. Good grief, I could keep going for a long time, but you get the message. She's a pretty impressive entrepreneur. So please help me welcome Bethlehem Dejene to the panel. So what I'm going to do first is ask each one of them to give us a very quick introduction of their business, because you need to know what their business is actually doing. So Philagot, why don't you start off by telling us very quickly about your business? I prefer standing up because what we're going to do afterwards is I'm going to actually ask people to have some questions because it's just a bit more interesting to have people commenting. So think about your questions later. Philagot, over to you.
So, thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I'm glad because a lot of talk had been in the energy sector, which was not like that before. When we talk about climate issues, energy was not an issue as per my experience. I'm the managing director for On Energy Consult. It's a service company. So we're doing studies, consultancy, and advisory service, which is mostly overlooked by the sector because most of the time we're focusing on products, but this is one of the backbone for the energy sector. So what we do is we are mostly working with SMEs who are interested to engaged in the renewable energy space, particularly in solar industry, which is now a nascent industry, but there are also a lot of interested players coming into play. So we are working with different Ethiopian professionals who can understand the sector, who can understand the context, so that we can support stakeholders that are active in the sector. Mr. Mark was saying that this one of the space that we're working doesn't seem green, but we need more such kind of services. In short, that's what we do.
I've been told to sit up here. Hold on. Okay, no worries. Thank you. So how do you make money? You're a business. How do you make money?
Yeah, so we're working with different organizations, as I said, private sector and as well as also the government. So we're working as a bridge where there is a gap. I think mostly the energy sector had been led by the government, which is the electric utility and the electric power. So as you said, even if we have green grid, but more than 50% of the population is out of electricity. So we need more off-grid solutions. So we are supporting SMEs and some companies by advising and consulting them on which market is favorable and which areas are can be invested in, can they be enrolled in. And we also work with government institutions by providing advisory services and as well as trainings. Our trainings are mainly in the solar industry. We are working with TVET College so that to train their students about the renewable energy space, particularly focusing on energy.
Fantastic. So your job is really catalytic across government and private sector in the energy sector. Brilliant. We clearly need you. Bethlehem, tell us a bit about your business.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Ruth. That was a very warm welcome to the stage. And good afternoon, everyone. So I'm the founder and CEO of Zafri Papers. And as Ruth mentioned, we make 100% tree-free paper and pulp and different paper products, specifically focused on the packaging industry, basically. So as simple as that. The how is more interesting than the product we make. How we make it is we use different agricultural wastes from farm to make the paper. So at the moment, we're specifically targeting the banana industry because we have a large amount of banana. And the waste after the banana is harvested is basically not properly utilized. So what we do is we take the banana steam from farmers, We extract the fiber, we convert that into our pulp and paper. But at the same time, what we make sure is, in our company, we make sure that nothing goes to waste. So what we do is, through the extraction process, we also have a waste that we convert to an organic fertilizer that we give back to the farmers. So this basically touches on the circular economy as well. And it really gives us that good negotiation power with the farmers we work with, because we can incentivize the farmers. At the same time, we create a win-win situation for ourselves. So that's pretty much what Zafri is doing at the moment. And I'm happy.
So how do you make money?
We simply sell the products we make. As simple as that, straightforward. We sell the pulp, we sell our
So
paper.
who are examples of your clients?
So paper manufacturers, anyone in the paper industry requires pulp, requires craft paper to make their products. And the second customer line we have is fast-moving consumer good brands. For example, any brewery company or like company Unilever, they have a large amount of packaging requirements, especially paper packaging requirements. So we also work in that sector. At the same time, when we make the fertilizer, we just don't give it out. We sell that as well for the farmers, but at a significantly lower price. So yeah, these are basically how we make money.
Fantastic. And the reason that these two great business leaders are here is not just because of their business, but because they also represent many other small and medium businesses here. So you now know their business, but what we're going to talk about now is more generally what's happening to small and medium businesses in the climate sector and the challenges that they're facing, and then the solutions for financing these kinds of businesses. So now you know their context. We're going to be talking more generally now about the challenges that they face in growing their businesses, and then solutions. So particularly think about solutions as you're hearing some of the challenges. So you've both started your businesses. You've been going for several years, but you still think of yourself as in the startup stage, both of you. So Bethlehem, tell us, I'm going to ask you one by one. As you know, I've said, give one example of some of of a challenge that you faced in financing the growth of your business. That's not just you, that's more general for the sector.
Okay, so for Zafri, being in Ethiopia, being a startup in Ethiopia is the first challenge. The second challenge is a startup in the climate sector and coming up with an innovative product. So the biggest challenge for us to fundraise, well, we did our fundraising few years back, I think 2018. But the biggest challenge was the policy that we had to bring in foreign investors, or even to approach here local investors, for local investors, because startup was not as famous when we did our fundraising. The approach was pretty aggressive from local investors. So then we decided to approach foreign investors, which were more familiar with the industry. But the issue was to bring in that investment, there was a minimum capital requirement. And we were just an idea stage. So
let me just break those down into two parts. You were saying that for some of the local investors, they didn't understand your business and you were seen as too high risk. I think we heard about risk this morning. So then you had to go internationally, and then size was the problem. You weren't big enough. So though you faced two of those at the same time.
Yes, definitely. Size was a big challenge. At the same time, policy was a challenge as well. So for us to bring in our investors, we had to, gather like 4 or 5 investors, incorporate our company in Mauritius, and bring it as one investment in Ethiopia, because that was the only way to do it for us. So I mean, we're entrepreneurs, so we always find a way to do things. But if the policy was more welcoming for us, for companies like us, we could have done, I think, a lot much better and faster work.
So let's talk about both of those issues, Philogot. Can you talk about the perception of risk because and how you overcame that? Did you have to go overseas as well? How did you manage that?
Actually, our sector, particularly the service sector, is really less understood by the banks and the financiers. So mostly, as I said, they want to see some products, you know, even if the service sector, like us, they want to see paper. You know, we have engineers, we have different professionals there, so they are the backbone for the sector, but it's not understood like that. So convincing the banks, local banks, to give us, you know, any loan was a challenge. And not only, I don't want to talk from only my experience. The other challenge, since we are working with other SMEs in the sector, the other challenge was, of course, risk, which is related with even climate finance. You know, even the equity share was high, and as she said, the country Ethiopia is considered as very, very risky. So it's not easy to attract those investors after they come. The requirement, the size of the companies, the size of the capital they require is very high. Just to mention just one example that I think most energy people in the room might be aware. There was a project, projects like DRE projects that are developed here. So it was not possible to find one local company who can be involved in that project because of the equity share was very high. So we had to, you know, the project had to run. So they had to bring international developers into the sector.
Let me see if I understand what you're saying. So that there was a large international project in the energy sector. We've heard there's big projects in the energy sector, but because local companies didn't have a big enough equity base, they could not compete. And so even though there were good SMEs in Ethiopia, they could not be part of the project so it was only internationals who came in.
It's not, I'm not talking about the big projects that they were discussing previously, but it's about small projects, smaller than that. So not only that, even from the utility perspective, like the electric utility, they have different bids where they allow different companies to come in and compete or provide their bid. Since these companies, even if they are experienced, there are companies who are working in the solar sector for more than 20 years. So even those companies were not able to participate in the bid because of the high capital, because the energy sector is a capital intense sector. We need a lot of capital to come and even invest on the sector. So the requirement is very high. Why? Since these companies, we are functioning only here in Ethiopia, our capacity is very limited. So that's the financial need is one of the biggest challenges in the sector, I can say.
Wow, yeah, this is really the other side of what we heard this morning, really important to understand that there's barriers for the small and medium businesses in the sector to actually grow to hit the demand that we were talking about. That's really helpful. So we've had, just because you're in Ethiopia, it's a risk, it's perceived as a risk, but the climate sector, whether it's whatever sector you're in, it's seen as a risky sector because many financiers, both debt as well as equity investors, don't know so much. Well, some of them, not all of them, but some of them locally don't know the business so well. And then the issue of size is clearly a challenge that you're talking about. So do you want to add some other challenges that you faced, or you want to? Did you want?
Yeah,
you want to go ahead?
The other one was even to get finance from the local banks. There is a collateral requirement that had been requested. So even if we are active in the sector, we know the sector, we have the experience, but some of us, we cannot even meet the collateral requirements by the banks. And when we compare ourselves with other SMEs from other countries, since we have exchange and we know how those companies work, there are some dedicated finance in the sector or some kind of arrangement within the local banks so that to support companies who are working in the climate change sector. But those kind of privileges, I can say, are not there here in the local banks, besides the collateral requirement.
Did you want to build on that point?
Maybe just one other point that
Yes.
I would like to mention is we are from the private sector. And when it comes to attracting investors, so there are the banks, other organizations that supports companies like us, and then there's the investor. So the investor, specifically, what they want is at the end of the day, their return, right? And it's fair because that's the industry they're in. They're putting their money, regardless the risk. They're putting their money because they're expecting a return to invest on another company, right? So the biggest issue, especially in climate-related initiatives like us, is the business needs to work. It might be a really cool idea, but at the end of the day, if you can't sell it to Unilever or any Coca-Cola or any company or any customer, at the end of the day, you don't have a return. It's just a cool idea that will just, keep looking cool. That's it.
Yes, you won't grow as your business.
Exactly. So just one point I would like to add is companies like us needs to prove our product, needs to make sure that it's visible. So there is a lot of resource needed, and to get those resources, it's very hard for companies like us because that's a very important part to do things at scale.
So in many other markets, angel investors, we heard Cecilia talking about the role of angel investors and small equity investors. Is that a missing part of the market here? Is that what you're saying?
So even for angel investors, at the end of the day, they're investors. So they require a certain return at some point, right? Yeah, like for us, we have angel investors. That's how we're here. But at the same time, you need to have corporate partners that will make sure to take your product, take the risk with you, and do a pilot or prove the product works and can replace, for example, this paper can be replaced by a Zafri paper, and I can achieve the same pricing, the same quality, and everything that is required, right? So aside from angel investors, yes, we're glad that angel investors takes the risk with us, but it requires a lot more than that. Like corporate partners needs to come in. And
wait, I'm going to transition us because clearly we could go on talking about challenges for a very long time, obviously. So let's move then, because clearly this is where you're going, to some of the solutions. And so please, other people, think about solutions as we're going as well, because this is where we want to hear. So what you were starting to talk about partnerships. Tell us about that as one of the solutions that you think is important for your kind of business.
Sure. So specifically from my own experience, so we were able to partner up with one of the biggest brewery companies, AB InBev. I don't know if you guys are familiar. Owners of Corona Beer, Budweiser, if you're familiar. So we were able to partner up with AB InBev Global to do a pilot test of our product, which really helped us to achieve quality at a global scale and also price parity with the global partners. So this partnership really gave us like credibility for different opportunities that we can leverage. So I think from that specific experience, what I saw is initiatives like us needs credibility, which means we need partnerships that really supports. And this is just from the corporate side. We need that from the government side. We need that from banks. We need that from investors. So I think I can't do it alone. we need to really come together to make this work so that, you know, it can be a win-win situation for everyone and maybe reduce the risk for investors, for the banks, for anyone that comes in. You know, when you share the risk becomes lower and we can do things at scale. We can
scale is what everyone was saying this morning is what's vital for to get more of the money in.
Yeah, exactly. We're small. We're tapping into a niche market, but that's not making significant change on the climate challenges we have. So for us to really, really have that kind of impact and those numbers that we're targeting, things need to be done at scale. And for that, I think everyone needs to come together.
So the issues of partnerships addresses the risk reduction, addresses the scale issue that you were talking about, as well as they have deeper pockets. That's one clear solution that you're talking about. Philagot, you started to talk about some solutions. What do you see as critical?
Yeah. I was mentioning about the dedicated finance for the sector. So I just want to bring an example where the World Bank Finance have been supporting the SMEs working in the energy sector that had been channeled through DBE. So this initiative had really helped the sector, and even the SMEs which were already active had an opportunity to scale their business, and as well as there are also many entrants into the sector because of the availability of that finance. But unfortunately, after that finance, of course, any project, any program has limited time frame. So after that, financing mechanism have stopped. Almost most of the SMEs couldn't even function in the sector.
They had to close shop?
Yeah, some of them closed, some of them diversified or changed the sector or focus on another business activity. But they have to continue, they have to run their business. So such kind of initiatives had to be taken care of by or other organizations or the government or other development partners. But anyway, my point here is we need to have a dedicated finance for the sector if we want to really make a change in the climate change initiative that we were talking about. Ethiopia had been one of the countries that are vulnerable to this climate change. So if we want to make a difference, we have to have such kind of sectoral financing for example, the World Bank financing were dedicated for the energy sector, for off-grid energy sector. So we need to have such kind of mechanisms to provide finance, because sometimes, since the sector is risky, there are a lot of competitors who want to get that finance, who want to benefit from the available finance. So one of the recommendations, the solutions might be that one.
So let me just expand on that a bit more. And for anyone who's a financial service provider of any kind here, or an angel investor or an equity investor, please come back on this point, because what I heard you saying was that, yes, the international partners like the World Bank has dedicated funding for the energy sector, but then once that is over, there's no local funding to take it up, whether it's within the development bank or any other kind of commercial bank. And so you're saying we need dedicated lines of financing for this, people who understand the risk return on this particular sector. And so it does require, what I'm hearing you saying is that there's also some educational training or something for people to understand the sector, because this is not just, run-of-the-mill business. This is a specialized area. Have I heard you correctly?
Exactly.
So think about that if we come back on that point. So the other related to that is that you had talked about the problems of no local businesses being able to participate because there was no local content requirement. And many other sectors like construction, or I've worked in India, there's always a local content requirement there. They don't let anything come in without local content requirement. But that wasn't an issue here. So Did I understand correctly?
Maybe that one is another, of course, solution, part of the solution, which is the problem that I mentioned earlier about we cannot find even a single developer at this stage. One of the reason, the challenge is the financial constraints of the local companies, but we can put this local content requirement, because I have been working in the construction sector, and it was not like that before. Like now the construction sector had been taken over by local companies. So there was a local content requirement. Since I've been working in engineering consultancy sector, there was a requirement even when they release bids. So even in this climate change, in the energy space, particularly in my own sector, those companies, the developers who were coming into the sector, into the Ethiopian sector, if we put some local content requirement, and then if these companies can partner with the local companies who are already active in the sector, that will enhance not only the experience, but as well as the financial performance of the local companies. So this is one of...
So they'll then be able to grow and address the opportunities at scale.
Exactly.
Because that's where we're going. We've got to get to scale, team. So the Bethlehem, before I hand it back to anyone to comment, is there anything else you'd like to add in terms of solutions or ideas for financing? Some innovative financing options, perhaps.
So I think, as I said, like I highly emphasize on reducing the risk, but there are also enabling types of funding. For example, one of the type of fundings that we received was a loan, but it was an interest-free loan, and at the same time the payment period was more of like a paid forward kind of payment structure, where we take the money and on our next fundraising we return the money. So basically it's a grant, but also it holds us accountable to do our job.
Well, it's a loan because you have to pay it back.
We have to pay it back. But it's more of like, it doesn't give us that stress of, we have to return this. But at the same time, we know we're accountable and we have to return that for whoever comes next and use that loan. We return as an accelerator for the business. So this is just one example. There can be quite a lot of, and also prepayment from clients. We received a payment from the ABM it's basically prepayment. They just heard our idea and they said, we want your product. I don't know when.
So receivables financing or factoring kind of thing?
It's basically, it's a prepayment for the products that we're going to deliver. So we committed into giving them 25,000 trays for the packaging of beer, and they paid us in advance. But it was more of like, they were part of our team, making sure they work with us on the product, on the quality of the product, on the feasibility of the business. So it wasn't just about prepayment on the product, but it was more of like, they were enabling us to just push to the next level. So yeah.
And the reason I talked about receivables financing, because AB InBev would prepay you, but if you were working with another company in advance, any of the banks here can do receivables financing, right? It's not complicated. You do that in other sectors, you can do it in the climate sector too. Exactly. So there are lots of ideas like that are able to, that can be used to grow the businesses, to then build, to have not just sustainable businesses, but then create sustainable future for the Ethiopian economy. So
definitely.
I've been given a note. I have to just get a couple of, is there anyone who wants to comment on some of these solutions? Do they make sense to you? Do you agree? Do you have better solutions?
Okay.
Mark wants to say something.
Thank you. Those are great stories, and I'm glad we zeroed in on the local content aspects, because I think local content provisions can be an incredibly powerful way to drive or to shape the financing in the SME sector. And of course, you can you could link local content to climate finance objectives as well, right? So there are all sorts of. I mean, I just think with local content provisions, we should be, and I have no idea what they are in Ethiopia or even by sector, but I think there's an opportunity to put in place quite creative ways that those local content provisions could be fulfilled. So, for example, yes, receivables financing, but also even equity. I mean, if some of your big customers were to club together to establish a fund that could be listed on the ESX or something like that, that could provide capital to enable SMEs to meet the kind of capital provisions that you're talking about, Philados, and if those big companies are saying, oh, well, you're an SME, we can't work with you because you're too fragile. Well, if there are a way to access capital through a fund structure like that, that would enable you to fulfill those, to get involved, that could be really exciting.
Brilliant. So local content, fund structure, other ideas, other solutions. Anyone at the back? Well, okay, somebody's got an idea. Great. We know who Mark is. Can you say who you are?
Hi, I'm Yodit. I come from the Alliance of Biodiversity and SIAT. I work in policy. My point is in regards to Betty's point that she highlighted in regards to partnership. I think that kind of links to market demand, and I think to create the demand for sustainable products, regulations can play a big role, and policies and regulations that kind of demand corporations, organizations that use, let's say, packaging to kind of have a requirement for them to use sustainable packaging. I think that creates the demand, which kind of creates more partnerships for companies like yours. Yeah,
so great. So the regulation question is an important one, which relates to sustainable packaging or other ideas like that. But there's data, which is another part of the other side of that regulation one that we haven't talked about, is that actually tracking the amount of climate finance that's going to small businesses, whether it's a financial service provider or other type of fund, tracking it. We had great examples of how to identify different types of climate financing. There's already a pre-approved standards and categories for the different sectors, whether it's energy or forestation or others, or reforestation. But the tracking it is going to, so regulatory requirements to be able to track it will help us do better, to be able to see where there can be an increase in the sector. So thank you for that regulatory point. Any other points, ideas for solutions? Anyone else want to comment?
A solar panel, this was build and transfer, pure type of, where the supplier and the user made an agreement, and it's a completely, free system where the government was not involved. So how are we in Ethiopia in terms of power purchasing agreement policies, because this really supports the energy transition?
Great, thank you so much. We've got lots of ideas coming. In the Mentimeter, you don't have to just put questions, you can put ideas, because they're all being collated by FSD Ethiopia, so that even if you don't want to put your hand up, you can put your ideas into the Mentimeter, right? So, final word. Do you have a final word? Do you want to say what you would like to see in 3 years' time? That was the question Hikmet asked the senior people we had this morning. So what would you like to see?
Yeah.
Final word.
Collaboration.
Collaboration
Yeah,
between.
I like the representative from MOPID, Minister of Planning, was saying that they regret for not having everyone within the plan that they already submitted. So we need to collaborate. The service sector is one of the sector, from my perspective, that is overlooked. So we need to collaborate. We need everyone. We need services. We need products. We need financiers, everyone. So within this complex climate finance issue, it's a complex issue. So to understand and to tap the available finance or the opportunities that are there, we need everyone, not only the private sector. Within even the private sector, we need everybody. So let's collaborate. We're happy to collaborate and to talk later for any collaboration opportunities. Thank you.
Great.
So for me, in the next 3 to 5 years, I think I would like to see one big family that really works together. Everyone needs to come in together, as I said. And just to add on Mr. Mark's point, definitely now IPO is something that we can consider. I'm actually excited, and I would really like the advice from the team. I would really like to be one of the first startups to IPO or to be listed, because I believe because I definitely believe there's a huge potential in Ethiopia, can be done, you know, by Ethiopia for Ethiopia, and definitely there's a big potential. And I'm really happy to see you here listening to us, because this really means a lot. We can see that you're giving attention to specifically climate finance. So I'd really be happy to take your advice on how Zafri can be one of the companies to be listed. So probably in the next 3 years for Zafri, that's what I'd like to see. And as in general in the climate finance sector, I would love to see, you know, more partnerships, creating win-win situation for everyone.
There's a great opportunity. There's a major crisis facing Ethiopia, but there's a great opportunity with all of you here and the kind of wonderful entrepreneurs that you've got building up in the sector, the great experts you've got in creating financial instruments that work for the sector. So it's going to be a very exciting next 3 years. So please thank our wonderful panelists.
Thank you so much, and a round of applause for Dr. Ruth, please, for that very engaging discussion. And you know, while we set up, I'll introduce the final presenter for before we break for lunch. And I'm a little bit of everything, you know. I'm what they call a master of none and a thread of nine. Is that what they say? Is that what they say? So I was a teacher for many years. I used to teach English, and guess what? This is a very proud moment. This girl right here in the middle, she did an amazing thing, right? Right? You celebrated her just a moment ago. She was my student. She was my high school student at Hillside School, and yeah, I'm still talking for a living, and she has a business. Now, ladies and gentlemen, final presentation will be a quick one, about 20 minutes, a presentation on gender and social inclusion in climate finance by my good friend Medhin Fissa. Before we break for lunch, I'm going to quickly introduce her. She's going to jump in, present, and we're going to break for lunch. So we'll have a presentation from Medhin on climate program. She's a climate program consultant with the Ministry of Planning and Development, and she will share her insight on integrating gender and social inclusion into climate finance, ensuring that vulnerable groups, particularly women, are not left behind in climate resilience efforts. And you know that we just finished the campaign against gender-based violence on December 10 for this year, right? The Orange the World. How many of you tried something to fight against gender-based violence? Anything. It could be turning your Facebook page into the orange hand. How many of you tried that? Okay, I'm exposing you now. Medhin, just quickly, is an international development professional with 18 years of experience, including 11 years of
a very brief background. On the climate finance. Like in the morning, my colleagues Jonas and Mansour from the Ministry of Planning and Development mentioned that we have a very good enabling environment when it comes to climate finance in the country. We have a CRG strategy, and then we have a CRG facility. The CRG facility is also accredited to the GCF, the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, and we've also seen that the accreditation to the Ministry of Finance is now upgraded to the medium level, and we have 2 GCF projects that are approved, which are being managed by the Ministry of Finance. And the Ministry of Finance also allocates a very significant amount of, government of Ethiopia in general allocates a very significant amount to finance its climate initiatives. We have the Green Legacy Fund, which will be established very soon. I'm sure you know all these things. So when it comes to the topic of the day, gender equality and social inclusion, we know that GESI is a process of change that addresses the root cause of inequality and exclusion. So it's trying to bring in gender equality and social inclusion. So you also know the term gender equality. So it's trying to allow both women and men men and young boys equal enjoyment of human rights, socially valued goods, opportunity, and resource. And the social inclusion also seeks to address the inequality or the inclusion of, the exclusion of vulnerable population. Again, we know that climate change affects all of us, but there are certain groups that are disproportionately impacted by climate change due to their limited adaptive capacity and high vulnerability. We have women, it's a very heterogeneous group. There are women like female-headed households and people living with disabilities, children, and the elderly. These groups are disproportionately impacted, so we really need to integrate their needs and concerns in our climate change programming, and in particular in our climate finance. And we all know that climate change is not gender neutral, particularly in Ethiopian context. Our economy is agrarian, very much depending on rain-fed agriculture, so at times of drought and water scarcity. We know that particularly young girls travel long distance in order to fetch water, collect firewood, so there will be harassment, so the protection risk is very high for young girls. And we know that they're also very much exposed to the indoor air pollution, particularly children and young girls. So I think we know all these things, and they also have limited information, like climate information, and also engagement at this decision-making power. This is really clear for us. And JC approach are worldwide for financing climate change interventions, because if we have a JC lens, then we will be more effective as economists. You all know that when we are effective, we're trying to, it's effective because we're trying to identify our relevant target groups and stakeholders, and efficient, we're going to minimize costs to produce the same output, and more equitable, identifying all the stakeholders and reducing inequalities, more sustainable in trying to achieve the social, economic, environment dimension. So it's really very important. So what we have achieved so far in brief is we also have a good enabling environment when it comes to the JC space. We have regulations, articles, institutions. We have the Ministry of Women and Social Affairs. As most of you are aware, earlier Ministry of Women and Social Affairs was called Ministry of Women, Children and Youth, right? Now it's renamed as Ministry of Women and Social Affairs. So we are trying to broaden the scope and consider other issues like people living with disabilities and others as well. And the other new thing that we have is the 1993 Women Policy is now changed into gender equality and women empowerment. So we have the term gender equality in our new policy. So that's not the only change, but in the climate space, as part of the GCF readiness project, we have tried to influence that space, in particular for the new policy, the gender equality and women empowerment policy, to have climate change and environment as one of its pillars. So when we are talking about mainstreaming, it's not only climate change and climate finance that should mainstream, but also the gender space. So we have done that one, and it's a good achievement for us. And we have developed a gender analysis for the NAP, the NDCs, and at the moment, you know that our country is in the process of developing its NDC 3.0. So in the generation process, we're going to start with the stock taking, and together with UNICEF, we're planning to develop a stock taking with the perspective of children lens and also with IISD, with a gender lens. So these preparations are already ongoing, and the Gender and Social Inclusion chapter of the LT-LEDs was developed. And the other thing that I'm proud to mention is the Gender and Climate Change Community of Practice. We have the Gender and Climate Change Community of Practice. So this community of practice is trying to bring climate change and gender experts together so that the full mainstreaming can happen, and we can also bring about the change that we are desiring to do that. And for that, I'm really grateful to Robi and the South North. So it's their initiative. They are the secretariats now, and I think FSD Ethiopia and the rest of you, you can also join these community of practice. So we have a one-year work plan, and we will refine it as we go forward. Environment and social safeguards and gender equality as a criteria for the no-objection process of the NDA. As Mansour was mentioning in the morning, the Ministry of Planning and Development is the NDA, so we're considering ESS and gender equality as one of the selection criteria for approving concept notes and proposals. In addition to that, even at the global level, we are trying to influence this space. As some of you are aware, from 2016 to 2018, we were chairing the V20 group, and at the time, Germany was the presidency for the G20. So we were working closely with Germany to support the Issue Resilience Global Partnership, strengthen its Pro-Poor principles. So the Pro-Poor principles are trying to address or trying to make the voice of the vulnerable groups be addressed. So, and we are also at the moment a member of the Gender Working Group of the Issue Resilience Global Partnership. And very recently, together with UNICEF, we have developed a climate landscape analysis for children. So under the social inclusion, children are very much looked into because climate change affects children because of their biological and other conditions that will make them very vulnerable to climate change. And the Ministry of Planning and Development is also very much interested in promoting the pro-poor principles, at the same time leave no one behind approach. As most of you are aware, before COP29 we have organized Climate Week. So one of the focus of the Climate Week is leave no one behind. So where we have talked about the issue of gender, children, and bringing in CSOs and others, other voices into space. So there is a room. And again, Gender Action Plan and ESS, we've developed Gender Action Plan and Environment and Social Safeguards for our GCF Adaptation Fund projects, and this is also a priority for others as well. But there are barriers, as most of you are aware, we cannot say lack, but there is some practice, we can say limited explicit identification of JC in policy and finance, different climate finance windows. And there's also limited awareness. It's great that you are including this topic as part of this workshop because it's an opportunity to improve awareness. Humanitarian need arising from conflicts and droughts exacerbate budget deficits. And the other one is when it comes to the climate space, it's mostly the traditional sectors like agriculture, water and energy that are very much engaged, but those sectors like education, health that are very much linked to the JC issue are not really taking a great share, or they're not really engaging in the climate finance. When it comes to proposal development, they have a limited capacity, so we need to support them and also increase their capacity on this regard. And absence of dedicated climate finance window for JC activities is another challenge. Cecilia was speaking about the gender bond, right? And also, I think we are also very interested to hear more about that one and engage limited accountability in the absence of JC-related climate finance tracking system. As Jonas was presenting, the Ministry of Finance has developed a methodology for climate finance tracking, but we need to track JC in our climate finance initiatives as well. So when it comes to next steps or kind of recommendation, policy provision for addressing the JC considerations, in particular the NDC 3.0 is a good opportunity for us. So let's join hands and make the NDC 3.0 gender responsive, socially inclusive. Institutional analysis aspect, like the HR policy, we need to revise our HR policies so that we can have more women as well as other social groups represented in our management or in our labor force. And we need to strengthen sex and age disaggregated database. This is very important, improving the engagement of social sectors. Like in this group, I'm not sure if we have participants from health sector, education sector. We need to bring them on board. It's not only few sectors, traditional sectors, but they need to really engage in this space. Social behavioral change. On climate change with UNICEF, we have developed a strategy, so we need to have that one because we need an attitudinal change in this space. Gender budgeting and programming, we already have these things, so we need to do more of. And the Gender Readiness Fund is also very important for us to finance our gender action plan and finance or address the needs of vulnerable people in our climate finance interventions, ensure women and other social groups as a change of agent. Like we usually consider these groups as only victims, right? But we need to really change that one, and they should also be considered as agents of change. Together with UNICEF, what we have done is, for the first time, the government included youth delegates as part of our negotiating team. So we're just considering them as champions, and we have seen lots of change. So youth, children, and women should not only be always seen as victims, they are agents of change. So let's have this kind of paradigm shift. Strengthening JC considerations in the NDA, no objection process, and the overall monitoring and evaluation system. So before I conclude, what I would like to say is when it comes to the JC issues, let's include them. Let's not plan for them, but let's plan with them. So with this, I'll end my presentation.
Thank you so much, Madihin. Really wonderful, sweet and short presentation. Now we're going to go for lunch. I'm sure you all have your small vouchers. That's how they would let you in downstairs. We'll be going downstairs, and the ushers in black will guide you where to have lunch, and we'll see you back here in exactly 1 hour, please. So we have a very interesting presentation with Dr. Rita Butu, as well as a very interesting panel which Robbie Redda is going to manage for us. So we will see you in 1 hour. Enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit. መልካም ምሳ። ከአንድ ሰዓት በኋላ ተመልሰን እንገናኛለን። Make sure you have your vouchers, and let's go downstairs and be guided to lunch. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you in 1 hour.
Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children robbed of education and livelihoods bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children robbed of education and livelihoods bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children, robbed of education and livelihoods, bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement, known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony of change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children, robbed of education and livelihoods, bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels tensions. Children, robbed of education and livelihoods, bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children, robbed of education and livelihoods, bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate cure. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children, robbed of education and livelihoods, bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement, known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children robbed of education and livelihoods bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement, known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children robbed of education and livelihoods bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children, robbed of education and livelihoods, bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children, robbed of education and livelihoods, bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children, robbed of education and livelihoods, bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children robbed of education and livelihoods bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children, robbed of education and livelihoods, bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children, robbed of education and livelihoods, bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children, robbed of education and livelihoods, bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation. Water scarcity fuels conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions. Children robbed of education and livelihoods bear the brunt of these climate-induced hardships. The economic ramifications of climate change in Ethiopia are profound. Droughts and floods inflict heavy losses on the agricultural sector, the backbone of the Ethiopian economy. These losses translate into diminished economic growth, hindering the country's development trajectory. The World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ethiopia up to 6% of its GDP annually by 2050. These staggering figures highlight the urgent need for climate action. Investing in climate resilience is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic necessity. Failure to act will have far-reaching consequences, jeopardizing Ethiopia's hard-won development gains. Ethiopia has demonstrated its commitment to tackling climate change. The country has submitted ambitious emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement known as Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. These targets focus on building a climate-resilient green economy, emphasizing renewable energy and sustainable land management practices. However, realizing these ambitious goals requires significant financial support from the international community. Bridging the climate finance gap is crucial for countries like Ethiopia on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not just about providing aid, it is about investing in a shared future. Developed nations have a moral obligation to support countries like Ethiopia. Supporting their climate adaptation efforts is not charity. It is a matter of global justice and shared responsibility. The time for action is now. The fate of millions hangs in the balance. Ethiopia, a land of diverse landscapes and ancient history, faces a grave threat: climate change. The irony is stark. Ethiopia contributes minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it bears the brunt of climate change's devastating effects. This stark contrast underscores the inequity of the climate crisis. While industrialized nations have prospered by burning fossil fuels, developing countries like Ethiopia are left to grapple with the consequences. Ethiopia's minimal contribution to the global crisis makes its plight even more unjust. Its economy, heavily reliant on rain-fed agriculture, is highly susceptible to climate variability. The nation's future is uncertain, threatened by the very forces it did little to create. Ethiopia is no stranger to the harsh realities of climate change. The country is trapped in a cycle of devastating droughts and floods, both increasing in frequency and intensity. These extreme weather events wreak havoc on Ethiopia's fragile ecosystem. Droughts scorch the earth, decimating crops and livestock. Floods, on the other hand, engulf homes and displace communities. The consequences of these disasters are dire. Food insecurity runs rampant, pushing millions to the brink of starvation.
check. Check one. Check one.
Such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me.
Okay. So welcome back. I think we have to start with what we have because it's going to be very difficult to get people back in, and I'm sure many people had to leave. So can I have you move forward so we can really be, you know, interacting with our speakers and the panel. So can I have you move here, please, up front. Grab your things and take the next 3 minutes to move forward, please, if I don't bother you too much. Please come forward. So you guys are okay. People in the back, the last 2 rows, please come forward. Maybe you do as well. You're too much in the you know, blocked by the pillar, but everything is happening there. Please, ma'am, sir, if you could, yes, if you could come forward, please. This is open. Unless you are technical support, I'm not allowing you. I'm not referring to Zalaman, don't worry. Can I bother everyone to come forward, please? Ma'am, sir, if you don't mind, can you come closer, please? Yes.
So I'll talk a bit about what it is, to really solve it, and one of the solutions is finance investment, and we have climate finance for that. Generally, there is no agreed definition of climate finance, but it refers to money spent on activities that contribute to slowing down climate change and help the world reach the target of limiting global warming to an increase of maximum 2 or 1.5 degrees centigrade is possible. Of course, the mitigation aspect is very dominant when we talk of really climate finance, but unfortunately, Africa talks about adaptation, loss and damage, which is really very thin at the moment. But you can do mitigation, access resources for mitigation, and do both at the same time. So we need to be really smart in defining our approach, and really this is very important message if you can take it. Otherwise, Africa talks always about adaptation. So in fact, since 2009, the global climate talks have agreed on mobilizing 100 billion target. So we haven't reached even now the 100 billion for developing countries. And this money is actually coming from wealthier countries, essentially. Of course, they also use some certain, you know, relationships, organizations, even in financial institutions as a source, and they use really, you know, various NGOs, government organizations, and others to implement projects using these resources. So as I said, the available amount of finance that is really up for now is very, very small. This is why we can really discuss. Especially for Africa, it is a bit disappointing, I would say. I have a very complicated diagram. I'm not going to talk about this. I have a small note over there. So this diagram talks mainly of these things. But of course, like if you talk of $71 per person. So if you look at this study, land use actually receives 16 billion, only about 0.5% of the resource that is available globally. We have another study, of course, which is more like more realistic, I would say, because this study by UNEP in 2022, State of Finance for Nature, actually estimated the amount to be 154 billion rather than 16 billion. By the way, don't trust every report. Yeah, so it's just that one. The other one is 21, and this is in 2021. You don't expect miracles, yes? So if you are really specific enough, you get more realistic results such as this one. But even this is very small, and UNEP actually as an environment organization expects this funding to increase to 420 billion annually by 2030 and to 600 billion by 2050. But now we have 154, and the private engagement participation is very limited in nature-based solutions. By the way, if I am confusing you, nature-based solutions are these: forestry, agriculture, wetlands, and REDD+ is a key nature-based solution. So anything that you do with nature to tackle climate change is actually nature-based solution to climate change. So regenerative agriculture, livestock, fertilizer management, agroforestry, avoided conversion of coastal ecosystems, restoration of mangroves, forests, enhancing growth, and avoided conversion, gradation of peatlands. All these are nature-based solutions. So we have 154 billion, and Africa has unlimited access to this. Even 150 billion is a lot of money. But how much money flows to Ethiopia? Yeah, if you remember my Tayo was explaining how much money we have mobilized in 10 years. It's only 150 to 100 million USD. So it is not accessible, really. It's not easy. So climate finance, you can divide it into market-based and non-market. These non-market-based are like funds, and market, of course, uses market as an instrument. Can I talk of this REDD+ a bit? Globally, the REDD+ program actually addresses emissions in the forest. So what we do, actually, this is if a country wants to participate in this program, you have to really go through all these steps. Number one, you have to agree that you are doing really emission reduction activities according to the UNFCCC guidelines. Of course, as a country, you should be ready. You need to have a definite national REDD strategies that provides guidance and highlights actions, measures that must be done in order to reduce. You have 3 phases in this program: readiness for those 4 things. You need to get prepared as a country. Of course, investment for doing the planting, the natural regeneration, also participating people in conserving forest areas where they live. All these things need investment, livelihoods, as well as conservation investment. And if you do all this, you expect some results. So result-based finance will come. So you have phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Before phase 1, you can't really reach to phase 6. It's absolutely impossible. So we have done that as a country. Phase 1 set really that has been accumulating over the past 10 years. The main players in funding REDD+, of course, World Bank. They helped us with the readiness investment, the Readiness Fund, Forest Carbon Partnership Facility. They really mobilized 1.4 billion USD for project activities in developing countries. They have like, I think, 40 countries supported by FCPF. So Norway is, by the way, the main, they have the so-called NICFI, Norwegian Norwegian Initiative for Climate and Forest, International Initiative for Climate and Forest. They are really funding over 10 billion Norwegian kroner, and that has been even revised now, okay, applying more resources to great countries and other nature-based activities. Ethiopia is a major beneficiary of Norway and World Bank, of course, as an intermediary, yes. Where are we as Africa? Like 40 million from ISFL program. ISFL is like Sustainable Forest Landscape Initiative Global. There are like many countries behind this fund, and we are 5 countries in ISFL. Ethiopia actually is really the front runner. We have contract agreement with the World Bank for result-based payment. The World Bank results-based payment is not really a real market. In fact, if you find a market that pays better, they give us all the credits. They don't care. They only want to maintain us, to motivate us to continue investing in forest conservation and restoration. So the real market-based approaches, of course, are the voluntary carbon market, we have compliance market, and the future markets, potentially Paris Agreement Article 6. These are really, I'm not going to talk really a lot on this, just give you some highlights. What is market-based? Of course, they use the market, force the market rules to exchange credits for money. That's the only thing that I can say. And you have, domestic carbon markets, like China has its own, Indonesia has its own, internationally linked. I have all the slides here if you want to really study more on what is voluntary carbon market actors involved with, etc. What is voluntary carbon market actors involved with, etc. And which organizations are really generating and selling credits. The most famous one is voluntary carbon market, by the way. They have over 400 million credits. 25% of all voluntary credits ever issued until 2022. This market, actually, we have access also for the Bali Red Plus program. So it's a big market, but it is really thousands of markets. The most common standards are the voluntary carbon standard, the gold standard, a lot of stuff. So, yeah, voluntary carbon markets, I think they are really like insurance or guarantee if you don't have really access to other public funds. And especially for small projects that are the ones that are hunting credits, really. But they have problems. The issue of greenwashing or hot air, etc. Journalists are very close to these markets, and if a journalist, famous journalist, says this is a hot air greenwashing activity, then for 2 years you will suffer. You don't get really good prices for your credits. So they are very sensitive. Yeah. So they are not so dependable, but they are really important destinations for our credits. What makes high quality carbon credits? I think you can, if you wish, you can read. There are a number of requirements. Yeah, the market is growing, as you can see. But there was, in 2022 or 21, there was this political or media campaign on the voluntary carbon market. It has been shrinking a bit, but potentially it will expand. Because anyway, one of the solutions for climate change, especially for emissions cut, is basically the market instrument. So which credits? Red Plus is really dominant in the carbon credit issuance in the voluntary carbon market. As I said, Carbon credits under pressure after 2 turbulent years. You see the prices going down below $5. They have reached up to 15, even from nature-based solutions. And the most common ones: verified carbon standard, gold standard, plan vivo credits, supply is a voluntary carbon market. These are the main ones really in Africa. But the prices are really not stable. Yeah, you have a different nature-based activities. Depending on the cost of your activity, you can fetch better prices up to $20. Sometimes very small. Yeah, I cannot really. I wish I could stay a bit explaining this, but yeah, to show you how complicated the system is, I think is enough. What I'm saying is enough. Huh? So, by the way, we have Corsia, an emerging aviation market. It is called carbon offsets and reduction scheme for international aviation. And we have standards that are accepted by Corsia. If you have GNR or R3s, architecture for transaction, or FCPF, the World Bank, we are using R3s and FCPF standards. So if you have credits, red credits, we can even sell to Corsia. Even Ethiopian Airlines can buy our credits. This is what it means here. So there are others also for compliance, for delivering on compliance using red credits. This is big one. The Paris Agreement actually promotes really voluntary cooperation. It's not really like binding, but voluntary cooperation among countries to achieve their NDCs. As you know, these NDCs are the main outcome. Of course, the substance of the Paris Agreement, all countries pledge for emission cuts defined by timelines. Ethiopia has, for example, 70% emission reduction by 2030, yeah? If conditional and unconditional supports are provided. So here, if you have really emission reduction, you can even use the market instruments to sell your credits and generate revenue. 6.2 is the main one actually. Article 6.2 enables a host country that is on track to exceed the NDC target to trade units. They are called ITMOs, internationally traded mitigation outcomes. That country, what remains is actually you have 100 as that baseline, only 80 will be remaining to you, and the 30 will be moving to the other country. So you need to make such arrangements. You have to have also official really letter or certificate that shows this in order to do such transactions. 6.4 is also country to country. It is a bit market based, but it has like a CDM type as well as another flexible type of making cooperation among countries. 68 is any support. Any country can say, okay, I'm giving you $100 million. I don't care about your credits or emission reduction. You can sell it, you can bid for you. This is 68. I have finished actually. So where are we in terms of, I have only 5 minutes. Yeah, I'll finish it in 2 minutes. So where are we? I think as African, we have very limited in terms of carbon credit generation. Asia is really running fast. If you want to understand it in summary, well, what we have been doing, well, Ethiopia is, well, I think I have explained what has happened in Ethiopia. For information, Ethiopia has like 26.5 million hectares of forest. This is our forest map in 2023. And we have dry forests, acacia forests of about 15 million, combratum, broadleaf lowland forests of 7 million. We have highland forests in this kind of climate, 2 million, and we have West Afro Mountain like in Lubabur Kafa, 3.5 million. So overall, we have like 27 million hectares. We are not really like a non-forested country. We have forest. Of course, among the challenges we have is deforestation, the red one. We have reduced it from 92,000 to 27. primarily in the past 7 years. And this is actually just has generated a lot of credits. We have also degraded land. Almost half of Ethiopia is degraded, and we need to cover it with forest. 11 million is immediate treatment. So we need also the climate finance really for reforestation, forest restoration. So at least at national level, we have one result-based payment for crediting from 2018 onwards until 2027. We are working with Norway. Of course, Norway gave us $75 million, by the way, as a guarantee. If we can't find any money, we have 75 million assured for this program. But if we get 300 million, we leave that money, or we argue the other way, that they give us that money for investment. We sell credits to other markets. The Oromia program is highly advanced. We have 15 million tons of CO2, which is almost verified because the experts that are verifying have been working with us in calculating this estimate. It's 15 million tons of CO2 from deforestation reduction. So only 2 million is committed to the World Bank, 13 million is free for any market now. And we are now trying to really do market intelligence and some legal counseling on this excess credits, for selling these excess credits. Bali has really opened the way. It's a pioneer really in terms of Farm Africa. It's to be really Farm Africa. Farm Africa, I think they are the ones who have taught us about RED Plus, carbon trading, carbon finance. So they have sold 12 million euros so far, credits for this amount. So why are we lagging behind as Africa or as Ethiopia? Of course, it's very, I don't know if you understand it. This climate landscape, climate finance landscape is complicated, isn't it? And the finance is not also easily accessible, isn't it? So what is the trick? We need to study it. We need to do a lot of research. And of course, the smallest thing that we are not doing is we don't have a strong institution. We don't have the policy framework guidelines. Nobody's working on that. So if you don't have this, no developed country will look at you. Of course, it really requires a lot of technical skills, market skills. You need to do a lot of partnership, network, intelligence work. Of course, another problem is, well, you saw World Bank says I have 3 billion for 3 years, but if you want to access it, there are a lot of requirements. And some even countries don't give what they have pledged. There is even big barriers really, especially when it comes to supporting developing countries. And the imbalance, mitigation, adaptation, I have already told you that needs to get really solution, or we have to be smart. National system for registry, GHG accounting, MRB, financial management, all market intelligence, we don't have that. So as RED Plus, thanks to the World Bank and Norway, they have been really supporting us using experts from around the world. But as a country, you need to establish a team, create the system, and of course formulate the framework for operating in this complex environment. As a poor country, you need to access resources and you need to build your country. Thank you so much. That's what I have. Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
So you kept saying you can read here in detail. So does that mean you can share your slides? Awesome. So if we rushed him and he did not go into details of some of his points, feel free to talk to Dr. Itabutu later on to get his presentation. All right, thank you so much, sir. You gave him a round of applause, but not on me. So can I bother you to thank him once again? Thank you so much. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to come and share that with us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get to the final panel discussion on climate finance taxonomy. We will hear an expert a panel discussing the concept of and mitigation, climate finance, and sustainable industrial development and off-grid energy. He has previously on the UN Economic Commission for Africa, the UNECA, and the World Bank in East Africa in various Ministry of National Development plan and on access to international climate funds, and led Ethiopia's National Climate Finance Readiness Program, and supporting the Ministry of Finance in its direct access accreditation process and proposal development for international climate change funds. Robbie holds a BSc degree from Addis Ababa University here in Ethiopia, an MSc from Wageningen University in the Netherlands, and a postgraduate diploma from Concordia University in Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Robbie with a round of applause. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Maybe I should have cut my bio a bit, but in any case, so the panelists with me will be, Misgano Yasu and Dr. Itabatu. I'm not very sure what I'm going to ask Dr. Itabatu. He's poured everything out, but still find a few more questions to come. So if you can come over, but maybe hold it for a sec. Misgano Yasu is basically an advisor, technical expert that's been with initially was the Ministry of Finance, which is the climate finance accredited entity, and currently is an advisor with the Ministry of Planning, which coordinates all of the climate finance access. So he's more or less 2-in-1. And then Dr. Itabatu you already know, so come over and we'll have the conversation. Thanks. So yeah, thanks. We are also hopeful for to have. Muscano will cover. The accredited aspects was related to the accredited entity and the coordinating body. In the context of climate finance, of course, a few things to point out is our institutions. We predominantly come from the sustainability background, environmental management, climate change, etc. So it's a different group we've come across. I've come across today, but nonetheless, we work on climate finance access. Climate finance access would require a lot of bankable proposal development, and that's where a lot of technical capability and others is required. Dr. Itabatu has already talked about the complexity with regards to the carbon market. There's also the dedicated climate funds like the Green Climate Fund for responding to loss and damage, adaptation fund, the Climate Investment Funds, and the Global Environmental Facility. These funds have their own requirements, their own due diligence requirements, their own systems of creating access, their own priorities. So shifting between these funds and ensuring which to access for what purpose is a complex matter. And particularly when this is done by a group within a ministry, a relatively small dedicated group within a ministry, it becomes even more complex. So just to come over to you, Ms. Gano, how do you, as the interface between this dedicated international climate funds, like the Green Climate Fund, Adaptation Fund, and so on and so forth, how do you, look at pipelines? What does the process look like to facilitate access to funding? How do you look at proposals? How do you provide no objections and so on and so forth? And what are the challenges related to that? So if you can allude to that, thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Thanks so much for having me. I think I can apply with two wings. The one with Minister of Finance, since I'm recently moving to Minister of Planning. So I think this is the right question. As a Minister of Planning, Minister of Planning is an institution that oversee the total and the higher level policy frameworks at higher level regarding climate change and even the national policy and in development and others. So regarding the specific as an EDA for adaptation and GSAFE, as well the Global Environmental Facility, most of the time we oversee how those project proposals and concept notes align with the national policies and national priority, and even with a specific area or specific regional priority and interest. So when we see the to give no objection or a support letter in any case, we will see all the project proposal and concept notice regarding it's not just because of the interest to see the concept note or the proposal, it's because of the interest that we have regarding the national priority, regarding the climate change, regarding our policy, our strategy, and so we will check that to make sure that the project is aligned. The other most important thing is I think most of the time, especially multi-country projects will always use as a source to get no objection letter from Ethiopia or from any other country. So we will check that whether the project is directly implemented in Ethiopia or not, and how that will be implemented, how much will be financed from where, and how much will be go to Ethiopia. So we will check all those criteria in addition to the national priority and policy. Again, we may also see the technical support that we can offer for the project if needed. But the most important thing is how it's aligned to the national priority, the national policy, and even the prominent plans that we have, like the 10-year development plan, adaptation plan, and others. So we will check against that. Again, we need to, instead of finding some errors, some problems, we need to collaborate to support them, to update based on the requirement, and to also include some of the our interests in the project proposal. As the process, the concept note will be submitted to Ministry of Plan as a national NDA. So we will sit some working committee and working groups. Then that working committee will review that concept note and proposal based on the criteria that has been set, based on the interest that we have. Then we will, if we need some additional clarification from the applicant, we will set some kind of consultation with the applicant. So after that, we will write the no objection letter to support that project proposal. But most of the time, we will give that support letter with due support in any case. At national level, we have a lot of challenges regarding, especially climate finance mobilization. Because of this, we don't receive a lot from applicants, from private sector, from NGOs, or international or national NGOs. So we just try to develop resource mobilization support by ourselves from our sector institutions like Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Industry, and any other ministry. So we try to develop concept notes and project proposals to be submitted to those climate finance institutions by ourselves. As well, most of the international applicants were trying to apply, but it's not to be implemented in Ethiopia, somewhere else, in the name of multi-country projects. So that's one of the challenges. The second challenge that we have is we don't have really the climate finance mobilization strategy at national level. Because of that, we just have some limitations to who is going to do what and how we are going to do things in a proper way. So we are trying to design that strategy. The third thing, even in addition to the resource mobilization, we don't have even the private sector engagement strategy. Currently, we are working on it. So that also limits some of the applicants to come up with some concept notes to us. As well, I think there must be some clarity problem at national level because of the reshuffling from Minister of Planning to APA, from APA to Commission. That's the national regulatory framework shuffling may also affect some of the applicants. So I hope now it is already clear, and it's very much optimistic to get some support from private sector, from governmental organizations, and from international organizations to get some concept notes.
Thank you very much, Muscano. Just not so soon, but from which sectors do you get most proposals from, and where is the gap in terms of sectoral coverage of climate finance proposals? If there's in terms of which sectors do you get this concept notes from, and where is the gap?
Mostly we get concept notes from international organizations and local organizations like Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Water and Energy, and Industry. We get some concept notes from those organizations. But with the quality of the project proposal, the concept notes is something which may not fulfill all the criteria and the requirements that the GSAFE and adaptation may require. So because of this, that's one of the technical problems that we have. So due to that, some of the concept notes may not be approved by the GSAFE and adaptation. We submitted a lot at a national level, but most of the time they may not be approved. Actually, for the GCF, we work a lot, and Minister of Agriculture, some adaptation projects, Minister of Water and Energy, some high-level mitigation projects, and from forest development sector, we also submitted some project proposal, mitigation project proposal. So I think those are in the pipeline. Currently, we expect to be approved by the GCF and adaptation fund. Most of the challenge that we have is, as I said, the technical gaps that we have in designing a bankable proposal. That's one of the problems that we have, and even the coordination between the national level institutions that also have some problem, and also there is a resource limitation to even design the concept note at the beginning. So that's the challenge that we have.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Dr. Itabitu, I come to you. You've brought in a very comprehensive presentation around the carbon markets. I had a few questions, and being that forestry, land use change, and forestry is an important sector when it comes to our climate policy and our targets in terms of climate change. It's an important sector. Comprehensive presentation on that. You've raised a few points around monitoring, reporting, and verification, and having systems, that meeting due diligence, and a number of important matters related to that. Is that what is required? I mean, because you've been in this sector for a long time, and how can this be better coordinated to have, for instance, a national accounting system, or good quality proposals, or things like that? And then would other funds supplement what you're doing? There's emphasis on the carbon market. The World Bank, of course, is an important actor in the space. Norway, another big partner. But is there also the intent to diversify and do a bit more to access funding from other sources, like the Green Climate Fund, for instance? I know there's resource limitation in this funds and so on, but just so that you can give us the picture.
Thank you, Robbie, for the opportunity. By the way, I would like to thank for giving me the chance to present and interact more on this issue. How can we organize ourselves to really tap more from the existing resources is a big question. But that needs to be like taken as an important agenda for the climate entity. A lot of thinking, a lot of discuss and bring forth really recommendations on how to build the system, the institution, how to create the like legal framework. We have good countries like experienced countries like Ghana. They have a climate change secretariat. They have very strong global minds have been heartened to Ghanaians. They are there in the secretary, paid well, and they have a lot of network globally. So they have okay secretariat, you know. It's a big institution, technical institution that is fully supported by even the government offices. Very money and development is going to really to gain, have some exchange with them. We can arrange really say things. It's not that difficult. Learn at least from an African country on how to organize ourselves so that we really, as you have seen, we have a lot of resources in billions, sometimes in tens of billions. We are not able to access it because we don't have the capacity, we don't have the law, we don't have the institution. We are not able to show them that we are ready as a country, institutionally, technically, legally, policy-wise. We haven't done enough, and of course, it needs really like highly experienced experts on market, on climate change, MRV, you know, establishing and operating like registries, IT-based, you know, tools. You need to have really smart young guys to be posted somewhere to do such technically important things. You know, I cannot really answer the question. It's a very big one, but I think this the most important thing is that the DNA should really be like Musgar. You have to be really, you have to initiate something there. Really, please guide us. We can support. Let's really create the requirement, the required institutional setup, legal whatever things that are needed to operate at country level. So yeah, I mean, if you want to reflect, but I also have.
Yeah, I think at Ministry of Planning level, we already established some technical advisory kind of group, climate finance advisor, policy advisor, and private sector advisor. So that advisor group will definitely work on tapping resources from different sources, as well supporting the national initiatives, and in any case, initiative to support the climate actions, whether private sector is working on or the government sector working on. Regarding the concept of development, resource mobilization from international organizations, we are going to work to link with the national initiatives with the international climate finance institutions in any case. And also we are working on the, as I said, the policy development regarding the climate finance policy and resource mobilization policy. So at that time, I think we will put who is going to do what, and the role and responsibility will be clearly set there. Then hopefully we will resolve such a problem.
Yes, yeah, thank you for that. I mean, at some point I remember discussions around common safeguard requirements across funds and across institutions, and setting up a technical assistance body around environmental social safeguards. It's shared across, you know, the requirements might vary a bit, but they're important elements that are required across the board to get access to international climate funds. There's a number of common, you know, the monitoring, reporting, and verification. You know, how do you verify results? Where, and I think building in-house capability across, in any case, climate change is a cross-sectoral issue. So having those, in our, you know, and predominantly, I mean, there was also a question around sectors. What I've come to realize is there's very little that comes out of the continent in terms of proposals around transport and around urban development. We don't have as much mitigation, even adaptation, cross-cutting projects. Well, cross-cutting is to mean both mitigation and adaptation projects in these sectors, and there is a lot of emphasis on rural development and the likes. To an extent, energy as well. So, you know, maybe there's gaps and overlaps. Too many project proposals we're looking at in those as well. But the need to coordinate. I mean, I will continue. I mean, following on the and I guess something that's coming up, and earlier it was mentioned as well. Ato Admasu mentioning that you know, there's the conceptual demand and there's the real demand, but it's not beyond that. While that's an element, an important thing here is that even if you know, accessing it is difficult because of a number of barriers and a number of systems we've not put in place. So while there is the real demand, it's also the technical capability to write these proposals and so on. And that the development of bankable proposals as a whole is a very important matter. And it's generally coming through from multilateral institutions and not national institutions that take a lot more effort. Continuing on the same trajectory as the other panels did. I mean, I initially said 2 years, but I think we can do it for 3 years. What would you like to see in the next 3 years from the perspective of the, you know, the national, the designated authority, the national entity responsible, you know, providing oversight for these funds? It can be in terms of clear roles and responsibilities, capability, you know, increase fund flow, or whatever you feel like, but, you know, maybe something specific or general terms. So now, yeah, I hand over to you, Scott.
Thank you. I think not only the 3 years, but for the coming almost 10 years, we plan a lot. We have a national development plan, 10-year development plan, 2021 up to 2030. We aspire to achieve that plan. So to achieve that plan, we plan to mobilize huge resources from domestic as well as international financial institutions. To do that, first thing should be first. So to do that, we should finalize within 3 years. We should finalize the resource mobilization strategy, policy, and any other framework that we need to be in place. That is the first thing to be done. Again, we have to create a smooth platform, a smooth communication platform with the international and national organizations to make things very easy for others, not only for the national organization, but also for the international organization to come in and to act on the climate actions in any case. So, but the private sector engagement should be given a priority. At Ministry of Finance, as you know, we have more than 19 PPP projects, but due to the financial problem, we didn't implement also those huge mega projects that also aspire to implement the national climate issue. But we have to do on that thing. So the private sector engagement policy should be finalized and to be implemented within 3 years. And also, one of the challenges that we have is the institutional mobility, and even the memory. The institutional memory is lost from moving from one to another. I hope now this will be finalized, and some key directorates, some key departments should be established and strengthened within 3 years. Then after, I think the policy implementation, policy support to the required institution will be to the point. Hopefully that will be resolved. And within 10 years, as I said, the NDC implementation, we have a very ambitious plan. As you know, NDC plan that should be supported by finance. Earlier this morning that was mentioned, more than 300 billion required to implement the NDC, so that should be mobilized at some point. And also our long-term emission strategy, it also requires 157 billion. So that also requires a huge effort to mobilize the resources. So Minister of Planning as a minister is highly demanded to in place every policy and strategies, and also to coordinate at national level regarding the resource mobilization, regarding policy implementation and others. So we expect a lot from private sector, from government institution, and even from international organization to make it happen.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Same question, and I hand over to you, Dr. Ethiopia.
I think Ms. Ghana has actually put it rightly, but the magnitude of work that is required is for me really very daunting. And I don't know if we can really do it. We have only 6-7 years before we, of course, achieve the NDC, which is highly ambitious. 300 billion total budget requirement annually, like I don't know, it's a big, and 80% of its achievement is conditional on this subject. Yes. So my recommendation is have a very strong team. It can be a desk, it can be some small office, really that steers the whole technically, steers the resource mobilization. That's very, very important. Carbon tax, you can call it whatever, or carbon finance desk within the Ministry of Planning. Bring the best heads, the best minds, and put them there. That is one thing that I can see. Like I said, have a platform, really, digital as well as physical, to really inform stakeholders, especially the ones who give the money. This is how really the Ghanaians are approaching. And Ghanaians have mobilized a lot of money over the past 2-3 years after having such a team. Of course, the legal framework, institutional support extremely is also important. So, yeah, I think this is what I wanted to.
But also within your sector as well, yes. So, I mean, what would you like to see within the forestry sector in the next 3 within the sector you lead as well?
Yeah, well, as part of the national plan, we have a 10 years plan. 10 years, we wanted to actually bring our forest cover from 23 to 30. So we need at least 8 million more, 10 million more new forests. Yeah, that's a huge target. So we want really to do that. And it is possible because over the past 5 years, we have created 1 million new using the Oromia and the Norwegian Red Plus programs, only 2 projects. This is achievable if we can, if we really commit to it. This is one. Of course, we don't want really the deforestation to rise. We have reduced it from 92,000 hectares annually to 27. Really, we want it to get lower even. We cannot really make it 100% or a zero deforestation, but I think we have to really keep what we have and increase, of course, additional. But by the way, we have also another plan that's very important for Ethiopia. It's called economic forestry. We have developed a national roadmap. Even it is a program, I would say, where private sector plays a key role in producing wood, non-wood forest products that can be exported and sold internally. We have really estimated that the current GDP is like, I don't know if you agree with Ghana, we have 80 billion Ethiopian birr annually. But we can make it 1 trillion in 7 years, according to the analysis that we did. We have a huge potential to really mobilize or generate revenue from the forest sector. Yeah. So I want to see that also by 2030.
Okay, thank you for both your interventions. I mean, you've emphasized a bit on peer-to-peer learning. I've seen, that's a very important one. Maybe that's something FSD can look into. When we started doing climate finance access type, green climate fund type climate finance access work, I remember a useful peer-to-peer exchange that took place with Rwanda, which had a similar development state type model at the time. And there was a lot of exchange, a lot of experience in terms of how they're approaching their readiness work and their climate finance access work. So there's a lot of value in peer-to-peer learning, peer-to-peer engagement. The other thing around climate finance maybe worth mentioning is funds are always happy when you bring in a certain amount. So, the co-financing aspect, the Green Climate Fund, any other will ask you, how much are you co-funding? Sometimes it's in kind, but it's always good to bring together multiple funds and have that access so that you can, at least part of it is covered through that, and that creates a conducive environment to creating that. And maybe that's something the coordinating body should look into, how can we leverage others and so on and so forth. Last one, do you have any other reflections? And if I'm allowed, in the next 2 or 3 years, maybe it's a good thing if there is some sort of domestic market and the Ethiopian Airlines can buy credits, and that's maybe what I'd like to see in the next 2 or 3 years, if possible. But yeah, that's for another day. Any other important point to raise? I leave it to you. Or if I don't know how I'm doing with time, maybe you can pose, because a lot of the information from Dr. Itabutu is also new, and maybe there's questions to ask, so we can open it up to you. But first, any important thing I did not cover and you wanted to say?
Let me add just one thing. I think finally you already mentioned that the co-financing issue. I think this morning it has been already, His Excellency Mohammed Shide already mentioned that the Green Legacy Initiative that's already under pipeline to be approved by the national government. It's already approved, but to be implemented at some point. So that will also generate more than 8 billion Ethiopian per annum estimated. That's also an opportunity to the international organizations to leverage some resources from the domestic resources, and also even to support the initiatives, the climate action initiatives at grassroots level regarding the mitigation action. So that will be a good opportunity. It's just a startup. We will work at Ministry of Planning level. We will work a lot to see all the options that we have, including the policy framework as well implementation. So we will work a lot. And also one of the challenges that we have, as I mentioned, is the capacity gap. So at Ministry of Planning level, a unit is working on the capacity building, especially the higher level capacity regarding the bank proposal design, implementing the policy and the strategy, even designing the policy is a gap. So that we will work together with the international organization to capacitate national level institutions.
Thank you. I think the co-financing, we were really very excited to see that this by the Council of Ministers. This is done. I think this is only approval of the Parliament. It will be done for sure. It is really a big leverage for a country for natural resources. Ethiopian Airlines, I think. Ethiopian Airlines, by the way, the work is world class. My wife asked me, why do you stay Ethiopian Airlines? You are working on trees. She said, well, the thing is like, what their waste is our food, It was not a good statement, but I tried to explain it because she's from another sector. So yeah, they are really eager because they are being punished everywhere in Europe. Yeah, they are paying a lot of money for the carbon whatever thing, tax. So they want really they are waiting through Corsia if Ethiopian credits will be available. Like, I don't know when they will be, it is mandatory to, even they are also supposed to be like neutral by certain time. So by the way, we have steered it. We have I developed a curriculum on climate change and carbon finance. We gave them training, 5 modules to the aviation students. No, the teachers of the aviation students. It's TOT. And now they are very well aware and they are anticipating what is to come. Not really the punishments they are getting from like today all the taxes. So I think we are working together. I hope it will be like our credits bought by our own company. So it will be a win-win for Ethiopia. We will be working. Yeah, if there is any.
So, anyone? Okay, you want to ask? Oh, okay. Here.
Thank you. I'm Daniel. I'm from the private sector. My question is for Doctor. When we hear from the, I would say, the brief, that we are actually also spending much amount of money in our plantation and afforestation programs. My question is, what is our vision, or what are we doing towards, for example, if we are already spending our own money, what are we doing toward citrus tree plantations that can actually benefit other economic sectors? One, fruit afforestation program. The second, you mentioned Ethiopian Airlines. If we are planting such amount of, spending money on plantation of trees, what are our perspective towards sustainable jet fuel inputs, trees that can actually support the Ethiopian Airlines, and which can actually create a big economy toward our afforestation programs? Because I believe these two concepts should be included in moving our green revolution forward faster. Thank you.
Maybe one more, two more. Oh.
Thank you so much. This is Mansour from Ministry of Planning and Development. I have to make intervention in the morning, but I would like to compliment for the questions raised from Nairobi in terms of carbon market. As in the morning, I already just informed you that carbon market development desk unit is already established in the Ministry of Planning and Development, and we initiated the National Carbon Market Strategy, legal framework for carbon market. We are much worried about our businesses, some progressing businesses not to be affected by the upcoming individual unilateral kind of measures by other countries, for example, EU. So to that end, we are so much worried about that one, and we are strategically thinking to increase the green competitiveness, international competitiveness of our business, especially who are engaging in the international market, including the airlines and also exports. So many things are being there. So that's why I stated this morning, the Ministry of Planning and Development had already established the Strategic Partnership Department, who are dedicated to just make sure that our business will not be affected by the international regulations that being enacted by some other country. So we anticipate and also planning to engage intensively Ethiopian Airlines in our carbon market development strategy development, so that we can find the potential that they are going to just involved in the domestic carbon market kind of thing. So not only we are working for international one, but also for the domestic markets that we can achieve a lot on that regard. So that's something that I would like to add. Thank you so much.
So we'll take one more here, Robbie. Maybe two.
Thank you so much. My name is Martha from a research organization called Dev Transform. I heard you mentioning about 8 billion. I think that is in relation to the Green Legacy Initiative. And I was wondering if that is related to like quantification of our forest sequestration. So if you could just let me know where that 8 billion came from. Just a comment on the Ethiopian Airlines. I really loved that. I mean, I always have been a skeptic about carbon markets, because basically what you're doing is allowing others to emit, and it can be interpreted as kicking away the growth ladder from yours, because you're selling your credit, your space. So just to say, it's just a compliment. I loved this. It's one of the most innovative ideas that I've heard. Thank you.
Looks like the ladies are up in business, so we have two more.
Okay, thank you. So maybe just to get some clarification, because I believe accountability or accounting our carbon is one of the major milestones in attending the climate or carbon markets. And I heard Dr. mention that we are able to account for it and we have actually measured it. So just wanted some clarification on why we're not able to monetize on it. So because I believe the major challenge is actually accounting for it. And in line with that, I've also heard from the private sector that there are some government initiatives around deforestation efforts, but there are also private actor players that are developing agricultural private development. Like for instance, if you have an avocado farm, how do you account for it and also account for your carbon credits so that you can transact additional revenue? So have the government taken into account the private sector's ability to monetize on the carbons as well?
Okay, thank you so much. I'm Dr. Kalkidan. I'm a consultant and climate change advocate. So I was listening both the panelists. Thank you so much for giving insightful information. I wonder when I heard about no strategy on climate finance, mobilization, poor climate, private sector engagement, technical team coordination, institutions. These are the things we are lacking to be competent with other countries. So as an Ethiopian, more than 120 million people are living. We are the second populace from Africa. Missing such kind of opportunities, really a shocking one. As far as I know, there are different organizations which are working on climate issues. We know that there are different technical people who can really handle such issues. I think the problem could be being in partnership, having a platform that brings different professionals together and having working together. So what would be the next step? How can we leverage the skills, the knowledge, and the experience of our citizens in a way that Ethiopia could be a competent and one of the country to win different proposals? Thank you so much.
Okay, can I take one more? We have plenty of time, so.
Thank you very much. This is Adiso Apapa from World Vision Ethiopia. And my question is to Ms. Kano and the Minister of Planning, actually. So you have said that GCA fund is open for international organization and other government organization like Ministry of Agriculture. But my question is it open for NGOs like World Vision, who has great experience in implementing the first forest carbon project in Ethiopia? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the comments and questions. Well, I don't really get the question from my friend there. Plantation. Well, we have some plantation activities, but don't expect that we have done enough. Ethiopia, like I said, half of it is like uncovered. From this half of Ethiopia is degraded. It can be agricultural land, it can be maybe bush or a forest, but it is highly degraded. So the work of planting really does take generation. It takes generation yet. We haven't done it. By the way, even the GLI planting billions of seedlings is not able to really. If you have 4 billion seedlings, you have only 1 million to 10 million. I think Ethiopia is a big country. So even our effort, given our experience, our technical capability and resources available, even our planting, all seedlings may not go into trees and forests. So we should expect some, some losses, So we have to do a lot. We haven't done even at really the scale that Ethiopia needs. So I don't know if I understood the question, but horticulture, Yeah, the citrus, I'm coming, yes. Citrus, you know, I don't know. If you come to the forest sector, we have a forest definition, you know. Well, it doesn't include, unfortunately, oranges and mangoes. So you may not, yeah, domestically you may claim, but internationally you may not be able to really. But even in Oromia, we have 5% fund from results payment for private sector. If anyone claims, if they report to us, or to the necessary body, and if it is approved, they may be eligible to get money. I think in most cases that will be from plantation, the tree plantation. I don't know if citrus is going to be approved or not. It depends whether or not there are competitors or they are very strict on the law. So unfortunately, in the carbon market, I think we are not directly like invited. So if we follow the definition, that is what I will. Ethiopia jet fuel from trees, you may have some trees that will be used. You know, they have this aviation industry have strategies like SAF, sustainable aviation fuel, bio. Another is offset, ORSIA, is carbon offset zero. We focus on ORSIA, offset credits. If we have offset credits generated through our programs, forestry programs, we may sell it to the Ethiopian Airlines with small prices. That's why we are not really dealing with fuels like the private sector. But I think the SAF, there is a strategy, there is a coordinator, a national focal, I think, I don't know. Yeah.
An institute that supports them as an institute on biomaterials or so, but I can give you more information, and they have representation in Ethiopia. So there's a working group around, but in terms of its domestic production or serving as, whether those are part of the discussion, I'm not sure, but just to clarify that. Do you want me to?
Yeah, there's the carbon accounting. I think, yes, we did some accounting, but unfortunately, you know, like Robbie said, every standard has its own methodological approach. So what we have there is like a gross calculation of emission reduction from 2013 to 2023, so 10 years. But some standards say you can't go beyond 5 years, you know, referring to the crediting period. Like for example, at risk, you cannot calculate all emission reduction, but you have to limit your baseline to 5 years before the crediting period. So that may somehow cost you some credits in a way. So what we have calculated is the potential asset, but depending on which standard we approach, we may have this 125 million sold or credited, issued and sold, or half of it might be the turnout. So it depends really which market, which standard we approach. So that's the difference. Yeah, it is.
There's a lot that's raised around, is it an overestimation and so on from that end. So, you know, the verification and so on, and verifiers are very difficult to also, and the market are very limited. So there's a lot more rigor when at the project level rather than assets. They don't matter. They don't matter. Okay. I stand corrected. So I hand over to you.
Thank you. I think I have 3 questions. One, where 8 billion come from? The Ethiopian government has already promised to allocate 1% of the national GDP that comes from the national treasury. So it's around 1%. That means I just say the minimum 0.5%, 8 billion. It will be, as you know, the Ethiopian annual budget is beyond trillion. So that will be beyond 8 billion. So we expect a lot. It's not. And the second thing, I think, regarding the policy, the climate finance policy, the resource mobilization policy, and how the national expertise should be leveraged from the national thing. I think once we finalize those strategies, we will sit and insert how we can involve the national expertise and knowledge regarding the resource mobilization. And for instance, other countries has a lot of think tank groups, technical working groups, and others. We don't have such technical working groups. Now we are establishing a university forum, which includes some of the experts from the climate and the environment and others. We hope that will help us in even in policy design and resource mobilization in any case. But we will support anyone who is willing to establish a kind of working group, a kind of experts group, to support us in any case. So we're willing to accept this. But once we finalize the policy, I hope we will sit something in the policy and framework. Regarding the GCF and adaptation, I think it's open for Ethiopian accredited entity. That's Ministry of Finance is the only accredited institution, but still we are working to accredit a private sector. Currently we are working with the Development Bank. So it is clearly said that the accredited institution should get that finance. But if World Vision and other institutions want to apply for GCF, they can design the project proposal and this should submit to the Ministry of Finance, and the Ministry of Finance will apply on behalf of the institution.
And the accreditation is a requirement of the fund, not a requirement of the ministry, but it's a due diligence requirement that you need to fulfill. And if you do it globally and are accredited and given a project category you can manage, then you can also develop project proposals directly in Ethiopia. In response to what Dr. Galkidan said, I think in the past I've seen drawdown pool of expertise and so on that are put together that have been helpful, but those in the past, it was through an FCDO program, then DFID program on climate change, and it was managed by, I think, Ernst & Young, so where there was a bigger drawdown pool of expertise on what the expertise they have and so on, and something like that can be helpful for because there's always the tendency to look to procure internationally for expertise, considering that there's major gap, but maybe it's the expertise is within Ethiopia, so things like that might help. I think we wouldn't go to the second round. It was yeah. And thank you very much. We do appreciate it, and thank you for my panelists, Muscano and Dr. Itaputu.
And one more for Robbie for hosting us as our moderator. Thank you so much for a great conversation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll come to the final point where we do the closing remark. But before we do that, we have just two things to do. One, you have on your tables the QR code, which is supposed to be displayed on the screen right now, both to you and to online participants. So you can actually, this time, instead of questions, give us your comments. How was this conference? How was this event? How did it go? What are your questions? Suggestions and comments. Please fill that feedback form. It's very, very important for FSD for what's going to happen next. So please scan this QR code or use the paper on your desk if you feel you're too far away to scan the code from the screen. And then, yeah, we'll remove those. And then once we do that, Hikmet is going to come here and take some of your feedback and your questions and suggestions, like a final sort of comments, and then we'll get to our closing remark. So please, Hikmet.
Thank you, Taye. Oh, we're still together. I'm so happy by the number of people that.
So I'm really excited, and thank you again for including me.
Thank you, Dr. Ruth. Cecilia, you're next. I know you were all excited in terms of
in Ethiopia for business and green economic growth. And it was very exciting to hear the invitation for partnership. I think there are great things we can do together, very practical, tangible things. I think FSD Ethiopia is ready and FSD Africa as well to partner and support. We have technical expertise and funding. Just to give an example, FSD Africa has worked very closely with Ghana and the climate finance unit there on the Ghana sustainable finance taxonomy, for example. So there's a lot of that peer learning that was referred to that indeed can be very helpful. We have worked on over 30 themed bond transactions and other transactions in infrastructure funds, SME, local currency funds, and so on. And I wanted to mention that the Capital Markets Authority is currently leading, alongside FSD Ethiopia, on a market scoping study to really identify a pipeline for different investment opportunities, what are the gaps in the market that we need to address, and to really come up with a prioritized action plan. Of course, it has a capital market focus, but it's quite broad. So I think we want to hear from all of you in that market scoping exercise. So I'm sure there will be a way to engage so that we can get your input. And then perhaps, I think, Madam CEO Hikmet, you suggested we have a workshop when that study is ready, maybe, and just see what this priority list of actions can be and how the different partners can come together to support that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Cecilia. Please join the close. Last but not least, Mark.
Thanks. I feel I've spoken quite a bit today, but no, just to say that for sure it's real. So we need to do something about it, and actually everybody's got their role to play. Everybody, actually, especially leadership in government and the private sector. And the opportunities are real, also. But the opportunities won't happen unless everybody else plays their part as well. So that's why all of this is the need for massive amounts of collaboration and creative partners who can bring a particular capacity to the discussion and making those alliances happen, which is really the purpose of FSD Ethiopia in all of this, which is the glue that can, I think, create a whole lot of processes that can really produce a lot of impact. So, as Cecilia says, we're there in Nairobi and flying around the continent, and we've got some experience to share with everybody here. But wishing FSD Ethiopia very well with its facilitating role. It's a really, really important role in the climate space in particular.
Thank you, Mark. I was supposed to deliver a closing remark, honestly, but Dr. Ruth somehow has touched our hearts. Yeah. To the conference, we all understood the complexities of climate finance. Honestly, after today, I'm like, okay, where do we even start? Right? So I think the responsibility lies with all of us. I see UNDP together in terms of the low-hanging fruits and all the. I can't believe how much capacity there was in the room today. I was really overwhelmed, and the equal numbers of women as well as men, which was surprising under the circumstances. So we're not going to leave you, Dr. Kalkidan. While you were speaking, I was saying that's exactly why we're here. We will convene you again and see what we can do in terms of really getting together the capacity. There's still Ministry of Finance, Planning and Development are still here. So we'll be convening with them, I think, as close as March in a roundtable workshop to determine what the next steps are. So today was just the first, like we said, the inaugural climate finance workshop to identify who is doing what. And I think we've done that pretty well, haven't we? Yeah. So I'd like to thank my team, FSDE, can you please stand up? All of you, and I don't see you. I see you in the back. Round of applause for the team, please. Yeah, so much. We've done incredible job in the last 2 days, yeah, with many of our events. I'd like to thank Taye. I think he made it very interesting, the MC. Unfortunately, he had to run to another conference, but please thank him. Thank you to all the panelists and speakers and all the guests that we had from abroad. I know it's holiday season, so happy holidays for those that celebrate Christmas and the New Year. Kalaging wachu actually welcome to everybody that celebrates too. I would like to thank the support staff, the video guys, the camera guys, the reports here. There will actually be a written report for those of you that are interested in getting copies of it. Please let us know. And also the Zeli team. Thank you, everybody, and hope you have a good evening.